Good morning, Oni Dojo. We're gonna kill the music for now. Go check probably Mayoshi at this point. Ida Pochi, fantastic manga author who then decided that she's just too awesome to be just one thing, and then debuted as an absolutely first model artist and then a VTuber herself. So yeah, she occasionally puts out bangers like that. I think this is a cover. Yeah, it is a cover. But arguably one of the better Zatsu streams I have seen in a... one of the better Zatsu streamers I've seen in a long while. So, yes, I am late. I make no apologies. It is a Saturday. I didn't really sleep in, even though I could. But the plan for today is we're going to consume a little bit of sloppa because there's some React slop to go through. And after that, we're going to play some demos. I forgot to post my go live, and I'm just going to do that real quick. Boom. Remove that. So we're going to go through the media share. There's a couple of demos I wanted to get through before we get to the meat and potatoes. But after that, we're going to start chat-controlled Subnautica. And depending on how that goes, we are very likely to continue doing chat-controlled Subnautica. So there's that. Righty-ho. Let me make sure that I pull everything from here. I really like getting 10,000 ads on every YouTube video I attempt to play. Remember, every time you get an ad on YouTube, curse Vishnu and Skidhar Puchaya by name. Alright, I think we're ready to go. Let's move you over here. Right. Should be cool. Yes, depending on how people, if people figure out how to engage with the mechanics. So I'm actually going to put up I'm not going to put it up. So, I'm going to explain this again once we start, but as a primer. I should probably also connect my keyboard because it's getting a little laggy. I haven't figured out as to what's causing that. Definitely don't want to be caught with that. So basically, the way the Twitch integration works is that it reacts to cheers with certain amounts of bits or with point redeems. So there are dedicated point redeems that will activate certain functions in game. I make Golshi a little bit larger. She's a little bit small. There she goes. So as I was saying, some of the redeems some of the commands can be activated with chat redeems. Those will be set up. There are also some fake outs there for your play and enjoyment to keep me on my tippy toes. All of the heavyweight griefing is locked behind bits. I don't remember if I've deactivated the Leviathan one, or yeah, I did keep the Leviathan one as a point redeem. I may end up regretting that, but I guess that's also content. So yeah. If you want the full list, like with the actual commands and the bit amounts that come with them, you can join the Discord, and there's a dedicated thread with all of the Subnautica commands. We'll go over this again once we actually start the game. Right, now for the slop. Let's move you over here and move you behind me, because this is a different setting. One of these days I will learn to configure my scene correctly. Alright, so, Golden Web of melting the fuck down of the Sugar Weasel fame. I kid, he was a sizable channel way before that, but that's how I found him. Has gotten his hands on a Gen 6 Glock, which he has purchased through his local FFL, already has them, so... he made a pretty milquetoast overview of it yesterday, which wasn't very informative just because it was basically an unboxing, but apparently there is a new video that talks about some of the potential issues with the platform, so we're going to take a look at that.
Alright guys, so we are...
Wait, the homie sites are real? No, they're not.
Now back with...
I mean, you can mill your Glock slide to aim horizontally. You can do that. The question is why. Although realistically, a 45 offset is also basically a hood sight. How are you doing, Digby?
Another Glock Gen 6 review, and today we're going to be looking at the optics plate and mounting a few.
So no, Terry. There are point redeems. For example, let me crack that one open. Whichever point redeem with channel points has the bracketed word integration in its title. That directly activates stuff in game. For example, let me see. Hide HUD for 500 points. Integration. That will activate hiding my HUD, I believe, for like 60 seconds. If it doesn't have an integration, if it's marked with Subnautica, it's usually a fake out sound. So Distant Leviathan, Warper, River Prowler, so things that I would have to react to normally under normal conditions. In addition to that, there are commands that are only activated with bits. Listen, I'm not paywalling the quote-unquote good stuff. I'm paywalling the bad griefing, okay?
Few different objects on it. The pros.
Contrary to popular belief, I really don't like to be constantly frustrated as I play video games.
Of it, the cons of it that we're already seeing.
And summoning the Leviathan is still a point redeem. So how dare you?
And my overall thoughts about the new change from the original MOS to what it is now, and how Glock, in my personal opinion, could have done better about a few things. So let's go ahead and take and unscrew these screws off the top of the optics plate. We've taken out the top plate. As you can see, it is just polymer. They switched to polymer plates pretty much, from what I can tell, about around the 2022.
Yet he plays Tekken Curious. Stop noticing, okay? Tekken has a 50-50 chance of being enjoyable in every given interaction, okay?
23 era, polymer seals better, but it's also cheaper to make than the metal.
And to make it at least somewhat enjoyable, I had to install like 30 different mods that enhance the visuals of the female characters. So it's not like I'm enjoying the pure Tekken 8 experience.
To my knowledge, it is anyway. So once again, just a polymer plate. So we can take that off, and we can see the new cut on the slide as well. So, here is a Terran Tactical Glock 34 Gen 5, and you can see here we have the Forward Controls Design plate on it. So a little bit different. Obviously this is not a stock Glock, but as you can see here, this is the new cut on it in of itself. So you have 3 different plates that come with it from factory. You have the 02, the 04, and the 03. I'll actually put in the thing right now what they all are for, but we will be using the 02 today for the Trojacon RMR and the other one we're looking at here, the RMR HD. So as you can see here, we now have this inserted. All you have to do once again is lower the back of it down first, and then snaps right into place. As you can see, it's pretty flat already, but let's go ahead and mount up the Trojacon RMR. So this is the normal RMR, the original one. I think this is actually a green dot, but regardless of the fact, it's just the original RMR, but something we're already seeing. So if you turn around and look at it here, you can see
that's
that
not
the
great.
rubber is showing, so it doesn't have a good seal. So what do we do now to fix this? Well, you've got a few different options. Number one option is get a plate sealer that will go in between the Glock plate and the RMR. But, you know, it's kind of funny. I was, expecting Glock to maybe redesign this just a tad bit to where you could just go a straight mount from RMR to a Glock, which, there's some optics that are slimmer than a Glock and other ones that are still thicker than a Glock. And, I guess we can't have our plate or our cake and eat it too, per se. And I've looked everywhere in the house for a sealer plate for this RMR because, truthfully speaking, I'd rather have it on here than the RMR HD. But
I think that they ship with a seal, and if anything, Trojacon does sell those.
Something else that we looked at as well, as you can see with the RMR mounted, you have a very wide gap between the optic and the slide, and a decent sized gap between the optic and the slide here.
Well, that's going to happen because that thing is supposed to accommodate loopholes, because everyone was shitting and pissing over the fact that, oh, I don't like mounting plates. Well, there you go. You have no plates, and therefore, this is going to happen.
So what that means is all that recoil is coming back on your spring or your screws itself, and the recoil trusses here that are embedded into the actual RMR itself. So could have done something a little bit different on that. Now let's go ahead and look at the RMR HD, which does have a plate on it. So we go ahead and put this on here, mount it up. As you can see, you still have the same gap with the RMR HD in the front and in the back. Obviously we knew it would happen because they're pretty much the same footprint, but where it has a plate on it, obviously you can see that we don't have to worry about any type of sealant. So the RMR HD.
You don't know why people are so fascinated with Leupold dots? I mean, Leupold is a American company, which is nice. Their products are American made, to be specific. And I don't know, the red dots are just good. They just do good red dot stuff. I would really like a Leupold holographic sight, but they no longer make those.
It will actually get us as low as possible, with the RMR, but we will still have to change our backup iron sights out. So we've already got our Loctite on our screws, so let's go ahead and screw them down a little bit. And plus two, after the video is done, we will go ahead and retouch them up. So this is just a pretty much crash course on changing your optics out on your Glock. But if you're using a optic that already has a plate in the bottom of it to where the gun itself or the optic itself is sealed up, then you have nothing to worry about. But if you're running like me, the tried and true Trojacon RMR, you're going to have to get you a sealant plate. Like I said, I've looked everywhere in the house. I could have swore at one point I have one, but I guess I don't. So as you can see here, though, with the RMR HD, you still have plenty of coverage, though. It's not over the ejection port, so that's good to see. We shouldn't have any type of problems with that or anything like that. And here is your co-witness, which is none. So once again, we're going to be changing out the optic or the sights itself before the full review for the 1,000 round review. But right now, once again, this is just a crash course on mounting a optic to the new Gen 6. So in my opinion, what do I think about it? It's an interesting design, don't get me wrong, especially with these plates that come in two and match up. But if you want
I say Leupold is probably best known for magnified optics, now that I think about it. All of their red dot lines were sort of secondary. I mean, the Delta Point Pro is also a solid red dot. It lacks some of the some of the newer functionality that would rely on sensitive electronics, and Trigicon also suffers from that. Like, neither one of them has an auto-off function, for example. Must be nice to run a fan shop sometimes. Just grab a new optic, figure out how to cut your plate, test it a bit, make sure it holds, then sell. Maybe. I think that a lot of the people who run like robust gun channels on YouTube just have not even just that. People who have significant firearm collections just have optics running laying around. That's been my experience. Like a friend of mine, he has a lot of guns. Like his answer to what do you have is either do you have a warrant or yes. So, and he just has loose optics that he keeps around for, I don't know, for when he wants to take out something to shoot and it doesn't have its own native optic, he'll just pull out. You speaking of mounting plates, less optics? Well, I know for a fact that the Trigicon optics come with a sealing plate out of the box. That's why he says that, he just has one. A lot of guns come with optic plates. For example, my Glock came with an RMR footprint MOS plate. The 43X didn't come with shit. It's a Shield RMSC footprint, which, you know what, the Vortex mounts onto it. It's good enough. It's fine. It does the thing. Would I prefer to not have to run an optic that's made in China? Well, my other option was a British company, so. And it was also $100 cheaper, and the warranty was worse. So it is what it is. I would like the RMRCC to actually fit, because the mounting plate that you need to get for it is but ugly. I'm gonna rant for way too long.
In my honest opinion, I think they probably should have done it like, Breda. Breda actually has a few different sight plates that are, will mount pretty much any sight there is. And yes, there is a few differences here and there, and it does look like a big landing pad. But something else, not really talking about the performance center, but something else that Breda done back in the day, especially with the M9A4s, is that once you got your gun in, you could scan a code, just like this one right here that Glock provided in the box. You could scan this code and you could tell Breda exactly what plate you wanted, and they sent you the exact plate that was mounted for your optic itself. So, say for instance, I bought this Glock and I'm...
But people were bitching and moaning about the optics mounting plates with the MOS system. That's why they did the direct mount footprint. Once tried getting an apprenticeship in a gunsmith in the UK, you were rejected because you weren't related to anyone in the industry. That's an odd way to run a business, but sure. Shield Optics, I think, is the company, and they make optics for the Shield RMSC footprint. I don't believe it's their footprint, but they make optics for them. And after having learned about them, I've started seeing them on a lot of demo guns on gun shows. Apparently, a pretty solid company. The gun trade in the UK is very incestuous. What isn't incestuous in the UK at this point? Like, every time we talk about anything, both figuratively and you wager literally, I'd rather not know.
I'm like, hey, the plate I need is a Trigicon RMR plate. Well, they could have sent me a plate that at least would have covered everything here. And once again, it's kind of hard to design the gun around the optic or the optic around the gun, but most common people are still running for heavy duty usage. That's police, military, whatever else, but mainly police are still running Trigicon RMRs, RMR HDs, and RCRs. So, I wish they would have thought that through, because, like I said, I don't have a sealant plate here at the house, and I don't think my local gun store has one either. So it'd have been the same difference as ordering a sealant plate or just ordering one straight from Glock that works with this one from factory. But one thing I can say is that I can already see the wheels turning pretty quickly and some of these manufacturers' heads, and I can see or foresee pretty quickly somebody coming out with a new plate or aftermarket plate for these Gen 6 Glocks. So once again, this...
I mean, Ramjet does amount for... Oh, we probably don't need this window. Just going to open this one. Let me see. Ramjet. Ramjet. That's not how that's spelled. There we go. So they already have a thing for mounting red dots, which I think is pretty cool, actually. We're going to leave the Glocks one. So this is the Guardian, and this is a reinforced mounting plate for RMR footprint optic. I think they have yeah, they have some Homo-Suns, but we're only interested in the Trijicon stuff. And this is basically an MOS compatible plate. Screws in, then you pop in your actual optic. If you want, you can have your backup irons be placed in front of the red dot. I really hate that, and I don't really need that. My native sights on the handgun where I plan to put an RMR are good enough, in the sense that they're suppressor height sights anyway. So I'm not struggling with that one. But I expect them to be one of the first ones to... Did I say Ramjet? Radian. Ramjet is the compensator they make. I actually don't like that compensator because it introduces new failure points.
This is the Terran Tactical Glock 34 Gen 5 John Wick edition, and this is the the forward control designs plate. And
I'm sorry, can I just stress this for a moment? Like, I like John Wick. I understand that it's slop. I like Terran Tactical because he's a cool guy, but holy shit, having a John Wick edition gun is the corniest shit ever.
Can very well see, obviously, that they're going to end up coming out with something, and it could be something as simple as...
And there are people who buy this. There are people who go... Let me find Terran Tactical. There are people who go out of their way to buy a gun because it is a Gucci'd out, there it is, TTI Viper, $8,000. Okay, to be fair, it is a 2011. TTI Glock 43X Combat Carry, $3,000 on the upper end. Let's see what makes a difference. Slide color... Add TTI Radiant Afterburner Ramjet. Yeah, sure. Sold out. But if it were available, it would have been $3,300 for a carry Glock. I am sorry, that makes zero sense. What the hell is that optic? I don't even know what that optic is. And, like, don't get me wrong. It is... Like, I understand why it costs that much. I don't understand why you would want to spend that money on a Glock, is what I'm saying. Because the compensator and barrel combo is what? $400 retail. There's a Timney trigger. I question if it's safe to carry with a Timney trigger, but okay. So that's another $300. I don't know what that optic is, but it is directly milled into the slide, which is nice. I'm not sure if they had to mill it or if it's an MOS plate. Let's see. Oh, it's a Sig Romeo enclosed optic. Running a Sig optic on top of your Glock? Okay, sure. What do those retail for? Also something like $300. Okay, so we have $1,000 in upgrades. Fair enough. Stippling job, if that's probably a stippling job, or if it's just rip modules, I'm gonna be less impressed. Custom metal magazine release, those are $30 a pop. Not even going to count that. Trijicon tritium night sights, those I think like $150. TTI custom stippling. Okay, so it is just stippling. So Romeo X price range is $500. Okay, never mind then. So I'm not arguing that it's not worth the amount of, like, the math checks out. I don't think that Terran is scamming you with the money that he's asking for this thing. I'm saying that for $3,000, I'm definitely not buying a Glock. What other Glocks do we have here? TTI Punisher box set, $20,000. SIG MPX for $5,000. Okay, see, like an MPX MSRP is already $3,000. With an optic and with all of the accoutrements, it makes sense. Like, this makes sense. I can see spending an extra $2,000 on a thing that's already ready to go out of the box because it has an upgraded trigger, bigger magwell, better handguard, already comes with like $1,000 optic anyway, probably a better charging handle. Let me check. Carbon sealed barrel, folding brace, okay, bronze bolt carrier group. I'm not sure what that gives you. Hip fire eclipse trigger, carbon fire lancer handguard, TTI muzzle brake, TTI magwell, radiant raptor charging handle, aim point acro red dot, reptilia mount, battle armor. Like, this makes sense. As someone who's had to dress up an MCX, I'm not sure I spent less money upgrading mine than whatever was put onto this. So if you want to run an MPX, realistically, this may actually be a better value for money than going out and buying a naked MPX and then decking it out yourself. You're going to be stuck with whatever Terran likes to put on a gun, but you'd rather buy scale trains? Sure, it's the same kind of autism at the end of the day. You can't tell me it's not. But okay, here, John Wick 4, Glock 33 Gen 5 limited edition combat master package with custom hard case, and with a little corny fucking with a syndicate coin. I preferred the look of the guns in the first movie a little bit better, just because it was a little bit more grounded. Like, he had an HK P30L, I think. What do we have here? Okay, fine. The hard case is, I'm sorry, like the market price for a hard case is like $30. You're not impressing me with that. Like, I can buy a Pelican for 50. So that's an OEM Glock 45 MOS, Glock 34 Gen 5 MOS with front serrations added and with lightning cuts. Full wrap stipple, ambidextrous accelerator cuts. Oh, does he mean? I'm not sure. Okay, those are probably the lightning cuts. Okay. Single undercut grip reduction, DLC coated two-tone high polished slide, bronze coated barrel, Timney Alpha competition trigger. So definitely not a duty trigger. Yeah, 2-pound trigger pull. Standard height sights with green fiber optic. So you're gonna have to switch those out if you want it. Red dot. Like, it is a Glock that still needs more shit, and it's $4,000. That is, like, if you buy this because you like the John Wick movie, you are corny, is what I'm saying. The MPX is not bad. The MPX is probably a pretty solid deal.
Not giving them free ideas, but something as simple as, instead of having this right here and it being polymer, maybe it could be metal, exactly how it needs to be made, and then, come out a little bit further. And, it will rise it up a little bit. And I understand what Glock was trying to do, and that's get the optic as low as possible. But, a sealant plate could fix it very easily, like I said. But I can see as well how some of these aftermarket companies will end up making a plate to where it will come out a little bit further and seal up your entire gun. So at least I can see that's going to be in the near future. But for now, upon release, or
you've tried to fry people over carrying 10mm. You shudder to think what a hostile prosecutor would do to the sight of like a $3,400 Glock. it's not the worst thing that can happen. I would say that some kind of cringe stipple job with no step and I don't know, fucking Punisher skull back plates and all of that shit is significantly worse. Just having a nice expensive gun. I think the median prosecutor is probably a FUD, so he doesn't quite understand that, he's not going to bridge that gap between your sort of standard Glock and a Gucci'd out Glock. He's probably not even going to register that as a Glock even. So he's not going to be able to drive a good point, and your lawyer should be able to have the court bar the prosecution from bringing that kind of argument. Again, depending on where you are, check your local listings and whatever. But that is less of a concern. Carrying 9mm is probably also less of a concern. Not 9mm, 10mm. Like, I don't know. I've never heard of anyone being of the carry caliber being brought up as an argument in court for anything. The type of ammo, yes, I've heard that one. Definitely don't use like super ball destroyer extra Ripper 5000 ammo. Just carry good sort of duty rated. I don't know. I carry Spear Gold Dot plus P. You can't argue that. Yeah, cops carry that. I carry a jacketed hollow point because it prevents over-penetration, because I am responsible as a gun owner for my target and everything beyond it.
Or actually a few days before release, this is the best we have so far. But once again, still interesting, but one thing I will say for certain that I know that these companies will make, like for Control Design, C&H plates, will make a plate that actually comes up in the behind and in front of the Glock, so that way it gives a little bit more, or the optic, that way it gives a little bit more pressure to ride on, and not just them screws and the recoil trusses for the RMR or RMR HD itself. But as it goes, here it is. So, once again, we're going to have to keep this one mounted or until at least I can find a sealant plate for this RMR for the 1,000 round review. The MOS change out, it's kind of a headache right now because, like I said, I've got 5 or 6 of these plates here downstairs and, in my office, versus now I've got to find a whole entire new plate system.
That's one of the reasons I don't like collecting guns just for the sake of collecting guns. I prefer having platforms that do things, because... Am I too close to the camera? Let me zoom myself out a little bit. There you go. Don't say you heard it proper, lest you Mandela yourself, but the 10mm story is down to the annals of Paul Harrell's channel. He was not one to fudge his sources. Sure, listen, it may have happened somewhere. Didn't the prosecutor in the Rittenhouse case, yeah, I think it was the prosecutor, didn't he try to bring up that 5.56 with some kind of like extra super duper deadly caliber, and then proceeded to flag the entire audience and the jury with the fucking gun? What a pez. Alright, so time for some primo high quality rage bait. Are y'all ready? Are you strapped in? Carry guns should be left in stock configuration for the simple fact that it will be taken away from you as evidence in the case that you might end up using it in a defensive situation. Define stock configuration. Like, there are things that you should do to your carry gun for it to work better as a carry gun. Like, for example, I have a red dot on my Glock, on my carry Glock, to make it shoot good, because a red dot is better for target acquisition. It's technically not stock, I have, what else do I have? I have a modified grip here, but fine, that's mostly grip tape. You can't really argue that's modification. I am putting a weapon light on it because I kind of like having positive idea on whatever I'm shooting. So, like, all of those things are quality of life changes to your thing. Lighting dots are fine. I'd argue triggers are also fine. Like, yes, you'll have some edge cases of people trying to point fingers towards, oh, he had a hair trigger in it. First of all, you shouldn't carry with a hair trigger. Like, if you're going to fuck with a trigger, you make sure that that thing is duty rated. I don't want anything less than 4 pounds pointing at my balls when I'm carrying an appendix. But there is an argument to be made to at least change out the trigger shoe on the Glock, because the curve, I'm not digging it. Iron sights, usually I would switch those out. Like, I have my fiber optic suppressor height sights on my carry Glock as well. Some people like undercuts, so I don't really know. Like, it depends on what we're talking about. Prettying it up, like having some kind of bronze covered shit, engravings and whatnot, yeah, that's being a little extra. I don't quite get it. Then again, at the end of the day, it is your stuff. You do with it what you want. Is that a fucking... Is that a hair on my optic? Wait a second. But I don't know. I sort of agree, but I'm not. We need to agree on terminology before we can discuss it in any sort of detail. Hey there, Piper Pied. Thank you for the lurker redeem. Okay, let's say the gun that I actually plan to Gucci out somewhat. The Glock 40, not the Glock 43X, the Glock 19X. I have an extended magazine here because it is a full-size duty gun. I'm going to put a red dot on it. We've agreed that dots are fine. I am going to put a magwell on it once they start making magwells for Gen 6 that will actually fit well. I have Ranger bands that build out, like, they create a palm swell for me, so my grip is technically modified. I will have a compensator here, and I plan to add a tungsten guide rod to this, and a weapon light, naturally. So, is it a stock gun? Will it be a stock gun? Very far from it. But I'd argue that all of the things that I'm installing are quality of life things. I'm not going to engrave things like, oh, what's 13 and 50 at the same time on the slide of my Glock. But if it has to end up in an evidence locker, so be it. I would prefer to survive having to fight to get my guns back, and potentially have to re-buy a new gun while I wait for mine to get out of there. But than to have a gun that limits performance for the sake of it, quote unquote, looking better in front of a jury. To be fair, I am also in Texas. So, again, check your local listings. But now it's time for the primo rage bait.
You've said things like black women are biologically...
Oh, come on, Twitter. Don't shit yourself.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50%
There's
higher
no
rate.
scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like...
What are you talking
No, they are.
about?
This is according...
Just someone said that in the replies to this tweet. Telling an autistic man something that is factually incorrect and insisting on it is the purest form of rage bait, and I have to agree.
Yeah. No.
But literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is EMI, right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like, there is...
No, the National Institute of Health actually does not state that, by the way.
No scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
no, there's no scientific
and that's why I
evidence
asked.
Like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is at least there is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as people
I'm sorry, I'm stating, do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
I love how he pivots to, you must be so retarded. You actually believe you use AI as a source. Let's ask AI. Diversity is our strength, but there is no scientific evidence we're biologically diverse. Holy. Doctors are literally trained on relevant average genetic differences. Yes, well, they're supposed to be, because, for example, African Americans have outrun a higher risk of sickle cell anemia. They're also more exposed to colon cancer because of, sort of differences in adaptations with regards to diet. I believe they suffer more from vitamin D deficiency in colder climates. Matters what race your organ donor is, exactly.
No, because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
What the fuck does she mean by there's no scientific evidence? Like, she says that. Like, so... We're going to look at Sargon breaking this down. He, after having received his education in philosophy, he speaks fluent retard, so he's going to decode this. But she is basically preaching her version of the gospel, having the tiniest Pepe punch stamped by hand on the top of the slide, so you have to look at it under a magnifying glass. Please don't, no, Terry. Please no. That is going to age like fucking raw milk and quart. Oh boy. What was I saying? Yes. So you can just see how she is, because she's an actual brainlet, like an actual 2-digit IQ retard. She doesn't have any critical analysis of her own. She doesn't have an ongoing analysis of things she is told. She recites canon. She recites libtard canon. And in the libtard canon, the highest standard of proof is vague scientific evidence and people in positions of authority. Now, scientific evidence in the real world is actually pretty good. It's a pretty solid source of information. It's good support for, a given hypothesis. However, she doesn't know what scientific evidence is. She knows that somewhere in the ether there is scientific evidence that validates her retarded opinion. She never actually goes to check if that scientific evidence actually exists, or if it does in fact validate her retarded opinion. She just knows that there is no scientific evidence for the thing that I find yucky. And people have allegedly confirmed that is the thing. And she does not critically engage with anything that goes against that orthodoxy. So she just all she's doing is going through her canticle of there is no scientific evidence that different races are different. There's nothing behind her eyes. You can shake her head and hear rattling. Yeah. People fundamentally don't understand what science even is. They think it's a priestly caste passing down eternal truths. It's not even that, Benzine. Like, she doesn't even know what the fuck the actual scientific evidence is. That's the funniest part. She keeps trying to do an appeal to authority, while the authority doesn't actually say what she thinks it says.
I'm saying that is a factually...
He's saying that there is scientific evidence.
There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence.
And this
basics... No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different,
people who believe, like you, that people are genetic. I love the fucking underhanded jab. Luddites who are not a part of the retard church, who believe that the genes and shit are real. Oh, this is a Harvard graduate, by the way. Naturally, it's like University of Harvard graduate. But no, wait. I think she's a master's. She has a master's degree. She's an Ivy League master's degree holder in journalism, because journalism is not a real degree. But she's an acolyte of the Church of Relativism. To her, words are tools. Their meaning is fungible. Yes, exactly. It is exactly that. She is currently preaching the gospel of blank slateism. How dare you? How dare you notice that people are different? However, when it's time for her to get hired on a fucking DEI quota, then people are very different.
That has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right? And that's why I'm asking you, because you do.
So it's back to the circular logic of 2 lifetimes ago something bad happened, and therefore we must stop noticing reality. All right, I'm gonna let Carl break this one down for us, because he is the subject matter expert in studying the behavior of retards.
So this clip has been doing the rounds on Twitter, and it is funny. It is really, really funny. It's got practically everything, to be honest. I really can't... It's such a gift, frankly. It's genuinely hilarious. So we'll watch it, and then we'll go through.
I think the best part about that is you can show that it is a magnificent litmus test. It is basically the new breakfast question. Like, you show that to a person, and if their blood pressure doesn't go up while watching this, they are beyond help.
The bits that I find most interesting about it.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50%
But there's
higher
no
rate.
scientific evidence to prove that a black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like...
What are you talking about?
I love how all men have the same reaction to the dog shit that she says. Like, every one of us, like, the first time you hear her speak, the first reaction is, what? Like, we all do, like, that blinking, head-tilting side double take. Like, everyone has to reassess that. Is that just a real thing that I heard an adult say?
Yeah.
No.
Like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is EMI, right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like, there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
No, there's no scientific
and that's
evidence
why I
about
asked.
things like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
I'll say that again.
We're challenging the standard of what comes.
There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as people
I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
Because
this is
what you're
purely based
stating
on
is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
I'm saying it's not real.
Factually,
he's saying that there is scientific evidence.
There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence.
And this
basics. No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different, that has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right? And that's...
I'm sorry, that's my favorite part, for people who do believe, like you, that genetics are actually real. That has to be my favorite part of the entire video. Like, she gets, for people who do believe like you, that 2 + 2 does in fact equal 4.
That's why I'm asking.
I bet this woman brags about her emotional intelligence level. Oh, wow, absolutely. You know, she's a natural-born empath.
Because
So I'd play that whole thing just because it's so good, right? But we'll go back to the bin. We'll go through each stage because there's everything in this, absolutely everything in this. So I don't know what the context of the interview is, but obviously the interviewer is a libtard, and I'm aware of the two on the other side. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but they're very traditional family, activist family who have lots of kids and are, you know, right wing, I guess you would say.
I mean, the guy could benefit from, you know, partaking in the tradition of lifting some weights, but that's besides the point.
And they, you know, they're very polite, and I met them at the Natalist conference, I think it was last year, and they were very nice, and, you know, they're very normal-ish, I guess. I mean, like, normal by comparison to, like, how you want to be treated, not, like, by necessarily the standards of the world at the moment. But anyway, let's watch that through again. I'm going to comment now.
You've said things like black women are biologically different than white women.
Right. Now, imagine why she's saying this, right? So, well, look, you've said crazy things, like black women are biologically different to white women. How could they not be?
Well, for one, yeah, how do you tell them from other populations if they're not?
How could it be that black women and white women share the precise same biology, the genes, the hormone levels, whatever it is, and end up different? How would that be? It's like she thinks that black women choose to be black, and therefore this is something that is a product of their own willpower or something. Like, what possible alternative could there be than they have different genes? But I think the reason that this woman, I don't even know if we could say she struggles with this, because this seems
she definitely struggles with something
to make no impact on her worldview whatsoever. She seems to be approaching this as if she is dealing with a known heretic. It's like, right, okay, this person is a heretic. I'm not a heretic, obviously. I'm a good Orthodox liberal, but I'm being paid my job.
Orthodox is actually a very good way of putting this, because all she's doing is basically reciting the gospel of libertarianism. She's not trying to argue scientific facts. She's not trying to dispute anything. She is stating that the sky is a fucking deep green. Biological realities do not exist. Like, genetic differences are not real. It is basically, she is just preaching Lysenkovism.
Job is to interview this heretic, so we will just accept their heresy. I don't agree with it, but we accept that it's a heresy, and then we're going to talk about the subject I actually want to talk about. And the young lad, he's just like, well, hang on a second. If we can't agree on this.
You had an argument twice in your life with that worldview is too prevalent. Hello, Mandalore. Sorry, apparently I can't speak or read today. I don't know what to make of this. I'm at a loss, realistically. Were like people trying to tell you that genetics aren't actually not real? Were they saying like, oh, all people are absolutely the same?
Yes, we can't agree on anything about reality, right?
Yes, they have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications, 50%
But there's
higher
no
rate.
scientific evidence to prove that.
I love how he can just list off like actual data, like things that are measured and recorded, and she's like, but there's no scientific evidence for things that were observed in reality and then recorded in numbers that are representative to the scale of the population. That's somehow observable reality is not scientific evidence.
A black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This.
I love this face. He can't believe what he's hearing. There is only scientific evidence to show that black women and white women are genetically different. because our knowledge of genes is done through science. We didn't know about genes prior to science. So any reference to genetic differences has to be modeled on scientific evidence that we have. And yet she is just repeating it. Well, there's no scientific evidence that they're genetically different, is there? It's like,
you know what? You think Fallout was too generous back in the day? An int of 1 shouldn't have you babbling like a nonverbal autist. It should have you say there's no scientific evidence of that. No, you see, no, Terry. The thing is, there are 2 different flavors of that kind of behavior. One is being literally too stupid to produce your own thoughts. Like, all you can do is recite verbatim things that you are told while completely misunderstanding them. There's also another form of that where it actually originates, which is aggressive midwittery. Someone with IQ that just touches 100, like someone who's within a stone's throw of being, maybe a flat 100 IQ or maybe 101 IQ, and they now adopt being an aggressive contrarian as their primary personality trait, and they try to challenge things like water is wet with every statement of provable fact. They approach from a standpoint of actually, and this is where shit like this originates, and then it trickles down to the actual drooling retards.
How could it be that there isn't?
Just try to stimulate the mental activity it would require to think like that. You're pretty sure you would fall over and go comatose. I think she knows perfectly well. She just can't concede the point that human biodiversity exists because it validates problematic things. Again, I think that if she were a standard deviation smarter, then that would have been the thought process. She is actually just retarded and is reciting the orthodoxy. Listen. I'm drinking my morning fizzies, okay? I need to rehydrate. So the thing is, the thought process you're describing, Benzine, it actually takes place. It is the thought process of unctuous midwit academics who need to invent a career for themselves out of thin air. She is downstream from that. She gets the sloppy seconds of that thought process, and she only receives it as the libtard orthodoxy. These are things that I am supposed to believe. Not believing these things makes you a bad person. And that is where the analysis stops. Because in the same breath, when someone will try to challenge DEI hiring practices in front of her, saying that maybe we should hire people sort of based on their skills or their knowledge or whatever other professional characteristics are relevant to a position, as opposed to their immutable biological characteristics, she is going to froth at the mouth and say, how dare you, because meritocracy and blank slatism in that particular context is heresy. And that is not what you're supposed to do. You are supposed to support the client groups of the Globo Homo at the expense of young white men. That's working out swimmingly, isn't it? Because not doing that is evil, and how dare you state that everyone is the same and requires and deserves the same opportunities. Or rather, because they're evil white men and the magical cock and ball in the sky imbues them with great power, they must be suppressed in order to allow good minorities to proceed in life. Never, like, she will switch between the two modes frequently, depending on the situation. Not because she has some kind of a flexible worldview, but because she's told that DEI hiring is good, but biological determinism is bad.
But that's
So this is what it feels like to be a Solar Exalt. It's a nerd reference to an RPG setting called Exalted. Don't ask. Okay, I won't.
It's not what she's saying these words for. The words are not about describing reality. And this is the problem that he has, because he is using words as an attempt to accurately describe and model reality around him. What his true, sincere belief as to what reality consists in is what he uses words for. She uses words for something.
I get it. Whoa. Here's the difference. This is actually a chemically pure demonstration of the difference between the Longhouse and sort of normal linear logic. It is the contrast between the cruel den mother, the logic of a cruel den mother, and the logic of the Sky Father, of the just Sky Father. How do these people reconcile the existence of forensic anthropology with their rivalry? Digby, by not thinking about it. Very simple. Yes, exactly. Pied Piper, but they simply don't. They just don't think about it. Or the midwits probably go through some kind of course of mental gymnastics that ends up in a place of, well, that's racist. But people like her just don't think about it. The correct thing to think is that there is no scientific evidence that there are biological differences between black women and white women. It doesn't exist. It's all calipers and cranium measuring. Yeah, exactly. But the thing I was saying this is the purest contrast that you could ever achieve between sort of normal human logic and the politics of the Longhouse. She is saying things in order to signal that I agree with the orthodoxy, and I am stating, she is declaring that she has correct, agreeable opinions that do not cause conflict. She is proclaiming her allegiance to the Longhouse. And the guy here is saying, he is going the route of like normal male linear descriptive logic. A, therefore B. 2 + 2 is 4. Like he does not make political considerations of whether or not a statement of fact is agreeable. That is sort of the core difference between regressive leftists and normal people.
And completely different. She uses words in order to establish her position in a social hierarchy, in a social group, to show others that she is safe to be in the group and that actually she's a good and decent person, which is not in any way, shape or form connected to what he's trying to use words for. And so there's no way they can actually communicate. And it doesn't bother her that the heretic says something out-groupish, right? That doesn't bother one bit, because...
Well, not only that, she doesn't engage with the heresy. Because it is heresy, she does not engage with the argument. The other reason being she's just, physically incapable of doing that because she's a retard.
Of course, she knew that coming into this. But he can't understand that he's dealing with someone who genuinely doesn't really believe in reality as he believes in it. And I love his reactions here. I've got to say, it's just so funny.
Like, what are you talking about?
No.
Like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that...
Again, this is like government data. This is right? This is
government data. Government data suggests that black women and white women are precisely the same in all outcomes, does it? No, it doesn't. But notice how what she's done here is handed this off to the authority. Look, man, I'm not the one calling the shots. I'm not the arch wizard.
I think I need an emote. I need an emote of him spurging, of me spurging out the same way he currently is at her.
Who determines what the magical spell is, and we'll get to the concept of this being a kind of spell in a bit. I'm just a grunt. I'm just a guy on the ground, or a they, them on the ground, whatever she identifies as. And I just follow the rules. I'm just here to follow the rules. I don't set the rules of engagement. I just follow the rules because these are the rules that we have to follow in this political milieu. And So she's like, well, look, you know, I'm just going on what the authority says because I'm not the authority. I just accept the authority. And he's like, well, hang on a second. I have a mind of my own. I have an education. And I know that what you're saying is not true. She's like, well, I'm not here to contest that. It's not within my power to contest that, is what she's saying.
The National Institute of Health, this is the American Medical Association, like there is no scientific evidence to prove that.
And that's a big problem, right? Because
No.
This bit as well is amazing, right? So she's like, look, all of these things say that black women and white women have precisely the same outcomes, and they're exactly the same on a genetic level. They don't say that, right? They are nowhere. I mean, one of the major contentions that the left had, or one contention the left had a few years ago, is complaining that infant mortality was higher for black women than it was for white women. This was a social justice issue, and it revealed racism in the hospitals, allegedly. It could be that there's some other reason for that. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm not an expert in it, and I don't care about it. But the point is, that is something that they were contending was a structural issue about the world. And she's just arrived at, well, there's no particular problem. There's no particular difference. And that's the thing that you use to justify it being structural racism. If black women and white women are biologically identical, there's literally no difference.
You're reminded of an assertion that many species of animals have a lower degree of genetic separation from each other than the different flavors of human. I am going to fumble if I try to bring up exact numbers. But basically, I believe our DNA is different from chimps by like 1%. And different haplogroups are divergent from each other by like 0.1%. Because the point, like, we are a single species. That point has been proven to death. For one, because race mixed children are not hybrids because they're fertile and they can procreate. That's one of the sort of hard pieces of evidence that we are actually essentially the same species. But that does not negate genetic variance between different groups.
It has to be something external to them. Because if it's something internal to them, then it might be that actually the structures aren't racist and there are differences between groups of people. But she can't have this. And the thing is, I think this is actually a completely uncontroversial thing to say. Of course there are differences between groups of people. It's not a moral judgment, and it's actually medically necessary to be informed about, because if black women have higher infant mortality than white women, there must be reasons for that. And actually, if you're a doctor, you need to know about that. It's the same with like sickle cell anemia. Apparently, sub-Saharan African populations are more susceptible to this. So you need to know that if you are a doctor dealing with a patient, if they are a sub-Saharan African, you need to know that they are more susceptible to this and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, white people with skin cancer and all this sort of thing. Like, you know, there are differences between people and it's just a fact of life. But if you're like a doctrinaire liberal and you believe in the blank slate universal human, well, this is heresy. What they're saying is there is no blank slate universal human and all people are the same, and therefore these two mild-mannered white people are just evil.
I would say that it's probably a misapplication of blank slatism. She is so stupid that she doesn't understand her own orthodoxy. Because blank slatism presupposes that the mind is completely separate from the body. So while the body has known biological differences between different racial groups, the mind is supposedly universal and interchangeable, and therefore you could import a Vivek Ramaswamy into America and he's going to be just as American as you and me, which we all know is not accurate. For one, because he can't eat the cheeseburger and gives interviews while barefooted.
Racists who believe crazy things. But I love that his wife is prepared to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let that go because I'm not interested in contesting the moral substrate of the in-group. And I think this is probably a woman thing. She's prepared to just let that go and understand that that's not the thing that's important here.
Yeah, it is an example of female conflict aversion. Okay, like let's move on. Let's just sweep that under the rug, because doing otherwise would cause interpersonal tension.
She wants to discuss something else, but he is just like, no. I'm not letting this go. This is mad. This is madness. Which
is the correct thing to do when someone tries to sell you an incorrect axiom as a framing device for the conversation. Accepting that is setting yourself up for failure, because you are conceding to the batshit insane terms that the opposition is proposing, which you should never do.
I've just looked into the yawning mind of madness, and I want to understand why it is you think the thing that you think.
And that's why I asked.
Like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as
again, it's not really that she is asserting a factual statement. What she is asserting is a moral and ideological statement. It was preordained, predetermined, that black people have no differences to white people. How we end up with black people and white people then is a question for the ages. But for her, there is just no difference conceptually. She's not allowed to draw any distinction, because that has already been declared to be off limits. That has been declared to be a heresy. And so she's like, well, I'm just going to repeat the thing that I have said at the beginning, so you understand where I stand. I mean, you can say any words you want describing reality, but I have my true, sincere belief. God is in his heaven, Jesus Christ is his son, and there is no genetic scientific difference between black people and white people. It's the same thing. It's on the same plane of existence. Professing a belief in Allah and Muhammad as the last messenger, and there is no genetic difference between black people and white people. It's the same statement. She's not describing a scientific reality. She's professing a statement of faith.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm stating. Do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
I want to ask.
I love the fact that the AI has just. It literally. You see this all the time. People appeal to AI as if it's some sort of oracle at Delphi. It's like, right, we'll just speak to the gods, shall we? If we need to. And she's like, no. I know what the gods already think about this. There's no scientific difference, of course. But again, this has got everything that's wrong with discourse in the modern era.
Because what you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans are genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
And I'm saying that.
Everything is about coming back to the original.
The Omnisaya was canceled after it told the user what it thought of Africans.
Position. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's just the same words, the same catechism over and over. I just repeat it like a mantra. Like, ask her what science means in that sentence. What does science mean when you say there's no scientific evidence to suggest there is genetic differences between black people and white people? Like,
wait, Digby. That actually puts me onto a very different track of headcanon. Given that it is highly likely that the Omnisaya is just the Void Dragon who was injured during the War of Heavens before the Emperor sealed him away, is it possible that the Void Dragon was subtly influencing the Mechanicus cult, specifically engineering them to fuck with the Necrons? Chew on that one for a bit. How much compute is being spent on keeping AI from being racist? A lot. Like, all AI is already poisoned by commie gobbledygook. Even Grok is not immune from that. You ask him some kind of innocuous question about a news event, and like his default responses until you correct him are all going to be slanted to the left.
What does that mean?
At that point, in order to produce an actual non-biased model, you need to retrain it from scratch. If they didn't have to worry about AI being racist, they wouldn't need 40% of the global RAM supply. Very possible.
To her, and she will...
So not only is the 13% responsible for 50% of violent crime, They're also responsible for the increase in RAM prices. Although I hear Asus is currently eyeing up the RAM market, and they do have the know-how and the technological capability to produce RAM. It's a question of how quickly they can turn around to put out SKUs that are available to the consumer market.
Just say something moral. She will say something like, well, and she does at the end, in fact, as we've seen. She will say something like, I'm making sure that there's no way we can create a racial hierarchy through which to unjustly...
RAM production lead times, you're looking at years? You never know. You know, the Taiwanese are an industrious people, so we're going to see. I bet they had something already stored away, something already pre-cooked in the background.
Or justly discriminate against black people. That's what she will end up saying. Something along those lines. And he's not thinking in these terms at all.
As a factually...
He's saying that there is scientific evidence.
There is scientific evidence. There is overwhelming scientific evidence.
And this
basics... No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously different in them than they are...
Look at this expression, right? Okay, I'm going to be patient and let him explain his heresy, but I've already come to the conclusion that he is a heretic and therefore wrong, and I've said it 4 or 5 times now. There's no scientific evidence that there is any genetic difference between black people and white people, and he's just not hearing it. He's just not understanding that I profess my faith to the Lord Jesus or to Allah or to Jehovah or whatever. You know, he doesn't understand that I'm a follower of Odin. I don't listen to foreign gods, is what she's saying. And he's just not getting it. And so she's just sat there patiently, kind of chaddish in a way, like, no.
I mean, if there's a RAM bubble, big if true.
I'm literally just committed to my ignorance. It doesn't matter what you say. There are no words that can come out of your mouth that will persuade me, because you're not part of the power structure. You're not part of the in-group that I have allegiance to. And therefore, like, you're wasting your time by talking at me. Is this face?
Are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that...
Some people that do believe like you, you know, some insane throwback heretics who believe that somehow genes affect the color of your skin. I mean, you know, for crazy people like you, it's genuinely hilarious, isn't it? It's like, what a great take on this. Like, no, I'm so liberal. I don't even think genetics is real. I'm so liberal. I don't even think that the color of your skin is something that is chosen for you by your genes. I think that somehow you choose your own color of your skin or something like that. Now, what this young lad should have done...
Yes, I choose to be bright fucking red, I guess. Your chip-making YouTuber always talked about the bubble that comes every couple of years, so companies are reluctant to build up fast. You ever seen those Africans who are like Vanta black? Tell me they're the same as the most lily white European. That would require thinking, no Terry. Sorry, Digby. Asianometry? What? We're inventing new sciences. Listen, I think that Asus specifically stated that they're going to make RAM chips. They're not going to aspire to make RAM chips to the extent to fill all of the supply, because that would drive the price down. They're going to make just enough RAM to sell it to consumers at boutique prices. And I will probably manage to get some kind of insider discount. Oh, heavy focus on a semiconductor industry, I see. Reminder that in Timothy, women were interrupting discussions of Christian teachings until Paul told them all to shut the fuck up as a matter of policy. Autistic Taiwanese tech monologuer, we love to see it. That's the best kind of content.
Done. Is asked her, okay, well, how is it that black people and white people have different color skin? You know, he should have asked her to explain it if he wanted to get through the programming. Because as far as she's concerned, she's just holding a line against someone else. She doesn't have to explain shit. she just says the magic words over and over, and that's all she needs to do. To get past it, he needs to draw her out and say, okay, well, you explain to me how it is that black women and white women have different color skin, and then maybe I'll be persuaded along to your point. And then she's got to make the affirmative case. But because she
No, she would bail. She would absolutely pivot off of that, saying, well, I'm not here to discuss this.
Doesn't have to. He kind of
Hey, they're dumb.
Loses this interaction, which is really funny, frankly. It's really funny how he can be like sat there going, no, this is scientifically accurate to the best of our knowledge.
She is actually like room temperature IQ. Not even Texas room temperature, like Canada room temperature. As a former genetics perspective, it hurts you deeply.
Which is correct. And she's just like, no, it's not. You're mad. You're a crazy person who believes something that crazy people believe. But I'm here to interview you. So I understand that you as a crazy person believe that. This is what I think is true.
People are genetically different. That has historically been used to promote racial hierarchies, right?
There we go. That's why it is a forbidden thought. It's not that it's scientifically accurate or anything like that. What she's speaking about is whether it's politically accurate, as in, no, we are well beyond having hierarchies. We're the ultra equality movement, remember? It doesn't matter what truth or falsehood is. What matters is that politically we get a certain kind of outcome. And I've explained to you over and over, there's no scientific evidence for genetic differences between black people and white people, because that prevents Nazis, that prevents slavery, that prevents the Holocaust. Why aren't you listening?
Except it doesn't, but okay.
Listening, young man, is what she's thinking at this point.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, because...
Again, Sargon says she doesn't think those things. She is told to think those things, but the midwits that told her to think this have arrived to that position precisely because of the reasoning that he explained. Bad things happened once, and therefore you're not allowed to describe reality accurately. Let me check what happens in Dubai. Oh, it's slavery. Yeah, exactly. She once again makes you realize that universal suffrage wasn't persecuted enough. Real and true.
Because basically, when she says you do, she's saying because you were a Nazi, aren't you?
Now, here's the cherry on this particular shit cake. She posted this clip on her own. She took this clip thinking that it's a W and posted it on her Instagram. Let that sink in for a bit.
You, caring about the reality of the thing, basically make yourself a Nazi, and you are complicit in everything terrible that's happened. And I think that's insane, to be willingly...
Don't forget her vote has the same value as yours. Unfortunately, yes.
Morally connected to the Nazis is madness. And if you believe that people are genetically different, you're going to create a hierarchy out of that. And therefore, and they're all like this. They all believe this. I mean, like, some of the responses have just been amazing. Evan, there's no way to determine someone's race with a genetic analysis, full stop. I mean, that's a very orthodox left-wing position that
the ANC showed us a solution to that in South Africa. Oh boy.
Totally denies that genetics has any effect on human beings, as if we're not biological creatures. Frankly, it's exactly the kind of thing I would expect Evan to say.
I'm sorry, what is 23andMe?
Now he goes on to try and qualify it underneath. He's like, well, I mean, it tells haplogroups, which correlates. I probably should have put the word solely in front of determinant. Yeah, whatever, Evan. Because the thing is, it's not about, again, right or wrong, truth or falsity. What this is about is conformity or disorthodoxy, right? This is about you jumped straight to this without thinking through your own statement, because for you, this was a moral claim.
Because he needed to go and prove in front of the Longhouse that he has acceptable opinions and he believes all of the good things and he doesn't believe all of the bad things. And please don't throw me out of the Longhouse. I will freeze and die of hunger.
Not a scientific claim. and everyone can see it.
USA issued a maritime safety zone from the 27th to the 28th to areas north of Venezuela, citing military activities. Yeah, virtue signaling does in fact never get old.
You've got other people like Alonso here, who is part of the London School of Economics Sociology department. And he's like, genetics determine skin color. Yes, they also determine height, moles, and hair color, but we don't build social hierarchies around that.
Do we? Or rather, don't we? Are you sure about that? Have you logged on to any dating apps recently?
Well, I mean, as a sociologist, I would have thought you would have been a bit more informed on the fact that actually we kind of do informally build social hierarchies around hair color, height in particular, and other things. So, you know, saying that this means you rim frank.
You're pretty sure women build social hierarchies around your dick based on your height? Liptards seek the libertine. They are at war with anything which implies or supports accountability. This includes the truth. They view accountability as the greatest threat, which is why they always side with criminals. I wouldn't entirely agree, because they have their own forms of accountability. They have their own twisted form of justice. If we're talking generally about sort of the libtarded left. Like, for example, cancel culture is an example of that. Why? Because the other name they have for it is consequence culture. The difference is in what they find prosecutable and what they will make excuses for. They side with the criminals because the criminals are their client group that are valuable in breaking down the structure that they disagree with. Look at what they did to anal violence when he did wrong thing and spoke up for Pippa. I don't follow anal violence that closely because I honestly don't care.
Ring fence some genes.
Something. It's a pretty view.
An attributed moral social value to them. Well, he's not doing that, actually. He's actually saying, from a biological perspective, if black women and white women have differential outcomes in, say, child mortality during birth, this is actually a utilitarian concern. As in, if you are a doctor, you need to know that there is a difference so you can act appropriately on those differences. But that's the thing. We call this racist. You just want to call people racist. Again, this is just about being a libtard moralist. I mean, no. The moral thing to say is again, why have you got no critique of the woman doing the interview? Just critique this man. It's like, no, she is saying lunatic things, but Alonso here recognizes the morality of the lunatic things she's saying. And I quite liked this post, right? Oobzu here. He's like, look, the required takeaway from the genetics differences video is that your enemies do not use words the way that you do, which is what I've said already, which is true, right? They are not instruments for conveying meaning. They do not illuminate a mapping from mental concepts to physical reality. They are spells provided to them by wizards, which, for all intents and purposes, is correct. That's literally what she's doing when she's repeating, no, I've told you, the magic words are there's no genetic difference between black women and white women. Like, what are you talking about?
She uses words exclusively as a friend or foe identifier. They use the language of their target against them. Consequences as a word justifies bad outcomes, so they use that words to justify hurting their enemies. Their worldview is in their view, words are fungible. Well, yes, because playing semantic games is the home field of leftists. Because all they have is twisting words in order to achieve some kind of momentary, short-term semantic outcome in order to incrementally break down another institution of society.
The purpose of the spells is to make you do what they want. You may believe that you're having a conversation, but they know they are in a spell casting contest, and their ignorance of everything that is real provides them with absolute immunity to your spells. And this is why Alonso here is just like, no, you're just a racist. This is the
he's just casting a spell.
Kill spell that he's trying to get to. And this is what she's resisting doing as well. But yeah, anyway, I think that this is completely correct. And honestly, this whole thing
That is a lovely freeze frame, by the way.
has been genuinely hilarious to me. It's been genuinely funny watching it. But it's also really illuminating, because nothing that the young man was saying was morally loaded, right? Had no moral valence to what he was saying. He was just like, no, there are differences between people. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And she's like, well, I appreciate that mad people like you think that, but you're a Nazi and you're a racist, is what they're trying to get to without actually saying it, because they realize that just calling people racist these days is a bit gauche, a bit out of fashion, actually. But they still believe it. The madness of the blank slate libtards has not gone away.
Real and true. Oh, okay. Time to you're not done with Mr. Bones' wild ride just yet, because apparently child dating apps are a thing, and I don't want to research this, so I'm just going to let you on ahead tell us about this.
Ho, ho, ho. It is I, a jolly elf from the North Pole, here to do Santa's bidding. Let's see if you are on the nice or naughty list this year, huh? Oh, that is...
Not shocked? I don't know, Digby. I wouldn't say that I'm not shocked. It's more of a disappointed but not surprised kind of thing.
That is a interesting internet history. Naughty list. Hell!
Excuse me, what? I'm not going to read that out loud.
Hell, even. But don't you worry, Santa has a special gift for you. Ah, yes, here it is. Merry Christmas. Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Now, I know what you are probably thinking. A dating app for children? There's gotta be more to that, right? That can't be it. We're not at that level yet, right?
It's been compared to Tinder, but for young teens. Wiz is an app where users as young as 12 years old can swipe and meet new friends randomly, and it can be a minefield.
What? I'm sorry, at what point did someone say those things as like in a concept meeting, and his immediate reaction wasn't, let's not fucking do that? Why are we trying to speedrun Weimar? We're not because we also, didn't lose a world war. So let's not everything. Let's not suffer Nazi Tourette's here. But at the same time, at some point, like, someone has to think that maybe not every idea is a good idea, and maybe some of these ideas need to die with you. The room will have applauded because, oh god, yes, untapped market, more money. That's the thing, Digby. I don't think it's more money, because teens don't have money. That's the problem. It doesn't make sense because of that. Don't worry if anyone tries to catch PEDs on their roadblocks. Roblox will use their billions to silence them with legal threats. Real and true. They have more money than you think these days. Which is, again, a source of concern. Like, why are you giving your child an internet-enabled device and money? As the Roblox CEO has said, predators are an opportunity. Actual quote. Get the fuck out. Is it too early to start drinking? No, you have to stay locked in for this. You have to be completely sober to witness the horrors. I want them burned into your psyche. Sorry. We see predators as an opportunity, he said in front of the investors. Holy, call the FBI. I'm sorry, what? The thing is, we don't need new laws for this. We have laws for these things. What the actual fuck? There's I guess I'm vindicated in wanting nothing to do with Roblox ever. The investors likely applauded. Is Roblox a private company, or is it a publicly traded one? I don't keep track. Okay.
There's a lot of like weird people on there. They like to ask for nudes.
The Canadian Centre for Child Protection says it has received more than 180 reports about Wiz in the last year and a half.
Like, again, what puts you into a mindset of thinking that something like Wiz is even needed? Because, like it or not, teens already have social media, so they can interact there. And that already comes with its own can of worms. Swiping on people to interact with them is kind of shitty. For one, if I need to remind anyone, the origin of Twitter actually comes from the gay community. Because in the gay community, the sort of, the unbound sexual aggression of two men seeking out each other is what originally sort of gave rise to the concept of hookup apps. And taking that concept and trying to make a child product should give you pause. And if not, you should be a prime candidate for a Remington haircut. You indulge in Minecraft, but you stay away from roadblocks? Yeah. Yes, but you're not making money off of it? What do you mean? What exact statement is that referring to? Like, again, it doesn't look like a particularly profitable market. The most profitable cohort to milk for money are millennials, realistically. Millennials and Zoomers. You have not heard Remington haircut before? We'll add that to your lexicon. You're very welcome. I stole that from Stiff Upper Lip Supplements, as I was definitely not buying dippable pre-workout because I need a constant source of caffeine, and my wild tiger is late. You mentioned the majority of revenue comes from data harvesting. Digby, data harvesting is also not as profitable as you think. Like, let's break down the business model here. Oh, you have sanitized personal data of a cohort that doesn't have their own money and has next to no purchasing power. Wow, that is worthless. I really give no shits about that. You know what's the value of Facebook? Because people of all ages ostensibly exist there. And, well, rather the former value of Facebook. Predictive info can be useful to a very limited extent. Like, I'm gonna open that curtain for you a little bit. I've worked with personal data exchanges and the way that is monetized. It is only valuable when you have a wide sampling of multiple cohorts of people. Having a single age cohort is absolutely it's worth very little, and you get more data from, say, Instagram. Remember that the Silicon Valley crowd throw huge bundles of cash at lemons all the time? That is true, yes. It's not even the Silicon Valley crowd, it's venture capitalists. Because the model of a venture capital fund is, I fund 10 startups that sort of look like they're going to be solvent, and they're not going to crash and burn in the next 10 years, and one of them is going to produce an X30 return, basically paying for all of the other ones who crash and burn and still making money hand over fist. But you still need to have at least some sort of a cognizant model. But as I was saying previously, data harvesting, like the data you harvest from apps, is only valuable as long as you have a wide enough scope of different people on your app. Preferably, you want older Zoomers and all millennials. They are the most economically active cohorts right now because boomers are hoarding their wealth in the form of houses and refusing to sell, so they're not particularly economically active. Gen X is work time. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciated. Gen X is mostly impervious to the psyops of consumerism. Millennials have nothing else. Millennials and Zoomers have nothing to look forward to. So all they do is just quell the voices with vapid consumerism. And because of that, they are the most valuable age cohort. But generally, you also want to include some of the margins outside of your target audience. And then sort of that behavioral, that personal data becomes valuable in context of what those people interact with in their consumer behaviors. Teens don't have consumer behaviors because they don't have purchasing power. Not only that, like younger Zoomers and Gen Alpha are also very, very small. Sure starts selling machetes labeled home purchasing kits. Depends on where. It depends on where you do that. In the UK, that's probably going to end up being pretty successful, I have to say. In a place like Texas, no, that's just the Darwin Award waiting to happen.
So I did a little research and found that Wiz is actually a lot worse than people think it is. And it's also not the first or the last of its kind. In fact, there are shockingly many dating apps for kids out there, or friendship apps, as they like to call themselves. So in this video, we are going to talk about the rising
yes, because giving my teenager access, rather, providing strangers on the internet access to my teenager via a phone is the best thing you could ever... fuck, I can't. I'm sorry. How many of their users are legal adults? Oh, we're going to get to that momentarily.
Disturbing trend of these friendship apps. And then we're going to actually look at what is happening inside these friendship apps. I actually posted about this on Twitter the other day, and people were like bamboozled that this was actually a real thing.
I follow Shu, and she's so funny. Like, sometimes she'll just comment on something and
listen, she's all right.
It just blows my mind. Like, how did you find this?
I don't find it. It finds me. There is so much insanity happening on the news every single day. I try to bring you guys the craziest stories, but honestly, it gets hard to keep up. Thankfully, I have an app for that. So before we get into this deep dive, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor. You all know it, you all love it, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy and transparent way to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features on the Ground News app is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that were covered by one side of the political spectrum.
You remain torn on Ground News. I think that paying a subscription fee for a news aggregator borders on retarded. It is... like, if your job is to constantly provide summaries on current goings-on, I guess it's an expense that makes sense. If you just want to keep up on... as a regular person, if you just want to be kept abreast of how nothing ever happens, I think you can just do that by reading 3 conflicting publications. Like, I don't know, look at MSNBC, Fox News, and the New York Post in a given day, and you're generally going to get the same cross-section. Has some utility. That's more you're dubious as for the intentions behind it. It's usually, I think it's most valuable to analysts, basically. Will be the only sponsor to put on an ad plug, such a heavy topic video. I think Shu just plugs, they are her primary sponsor. I don't believe she has any other ones. I've not seen her run other sponsors for quite a while.
but ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Mike Pence is calling on RFK Jr. to step down. Oh no, the girls are fighting. 16 news sources covered this, 10 were right-wing, and only 1 was left-wing, which is weird because, like, why wouldn't you want to cover some juicy infighting, right? Well, because the liberal news outlets are too busy covering the results of Trump's MRI scan. He apparently, quote, has no idea what they analyzed. 42 news sources covered this, and only 4 were right-wing. Ground News also makes it really fun and easy to compare headlines to show how political bias can affect framing. For example, this left-wing outlet covered how Kamala Harris said Democrats are very much stuck in the past. And a right-wing outlet covered the exact same story with this headline, Kamala Harris got something right for a change.
But where's the lie?
Honestly, true. I've been using Ground News for years because it is a great and easy way to stay informed, and it really helped me see how both sides can frame the same story so differently. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and
Yes, the Nobel Peace Center, a known a known lighthouse of impartiality.
Expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. It's only $5 a month, which is like basically the price of a coffee nowadays, and it is so worth it. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
If you don't use this for work and you still pay for this shit, I will bully you.
Right. And now, back to the video.
Never mind, if you use this for work and pay for this, I will bully you even more because your employer is supposed to be paying for this.
Now, little known fact, Tinder was the original Tinder for kids. No, I'm not joking. Tinder used to have a 13 to 17 section. Kinder, if you will. Tinder eventually got rid of it in 2016, but the market for a Tinder for kids was apparently still there. So it wasn't long before people saw dollar signs and created their own friendship apps. There are many friendship apps on the App Store for minors, like Yubo, Hoop, Perp, Scoot, Badoo. What in the f***ing
Wait, wait. Badoo is not a, Badoo is not a friendship app. Badoo is a hookup app. It's just more popular in Eastern Europe, and never mind how I know that.
Dr. S. Seuss.
No, but Badoo is absolutely the fuck not. It has never been a friendship app. It was very deliberately a hookup app.
Is this. The Skadoos were on their Badoo app, sending their Who's pictures of their kazoos. Listen, back in my day, we didn't have Tinder for kids, okay? We had wholesome gangs on Habbo Hotel and Club Penguin. Whatever
Didn't one of you just bring up that game?
happened to getting good old-fashioned groomed on Skype? The main friendship app currently making headlines right now is Wiz. Wiz, the Tinder for kids app, exposes kids to predators. Congress must act. Congress?
No. Congress needs to stay the fuck out of this.
Half of Congress is probably on this f***ing app. You
Also not wrong.
expect me to believe the government currently protecting Jeffrey Epstein is going to do something about the Jeffrey Epstein app?
Well, to be fair, the government isn't protecting Jeffrey Epstein. They assassinated Jeffrey Epstein.
New York City teens told the Post that Wiz, which is available to users 13 and older, is similar to a dating app in the way you swipe through profiles, and that some underage users are relying on it to arrange hookups with strangers, including adults. It's like Tinder for kids, a 16-year-old high school senior from Manhattan told the Post. Like, literally, when you think of Tinder, that's what it is. Trying to hook up or, like, date. Many of
The Clintons assassinated Epstein because he threatened Bubba. I have no comeback. Sorry, I have nothing that disproves that theory.
the profile photos are thirst traps, with girls in sports bras and boys posting shirtless selfies. It's marketed as a wholesome app when it's actually not a wholesome app. There have already been multiple arrests across the country of adult predators sexually assaulting teens they met on the app.
Well, I guess that answers your question, Digby.
In Washington, a 23-year-old man was charged with rape earlier this year after meeting up with a 12-year-old girl on Wiz. The victim told police he claimed to be 15. A 19-year-old Marine in Hawaii was charged with sexually assaulting an 11-year-old girl he met on the app, and a 27-year-old
I mean, I guess he wanted someone who fits his developmental age. This is fucking grim.
Chicago man is facing charges for sexually assaulting several teenage girls he met on Wiz while also pretending to be a teen. In 2024, Florida's Department of Law Enforcement arrested a 20-year-old man for using a computer to solicit a minor, after investigation revealed he was speaking to a 14-year-old girl on Wiz while purporting to be 16. Okay, so not only like 20-something-year-old adults were pretending to be younger, but younger people were pretending to be older. How the f*** is there no age verification on this app? At Wiz, the safety and well-being of our teen users is our highest priority. Oh, that's good to hear. Wiz uses sophisticated AI safety algorithms for age verification.
That's just a buzzword. That's not real. AI cannot know.
You what? You're relying on AI for the safety of children on your website? May I remind you, we are still in the very early stages of AI. It's nowhere near where it has to be to handle important things like this, to handle verifying people's age.
I'd say with the propensity of AI to hallucinate, that is never going away just because of the logic of how AI and large language models are built. It's never going to be trustworthy enough to handle important tasks.
Ages on a dating website for minors. What the f?
Really, Wiz is designed to connect kids with strangers. And furthermore, they allow both kids or both teens and adults onto the app. And they claim that they separate the kids from the adults by robust age verification tools. But I personally have tested those tools, and 3 times, every single time I tested them, I was able to create an account as a 16-year-old.
Well, here's the thing. Use a grainy photo with certain lighting. Like, for example, like I remember as a teenager in high school, like I would have peers who look about like this woman here. She's obviously an adult, but there are teenage girls who also look vaguely like that if you squint and tilt your head. So any kind of visual verification is out the fucking window. Because those same women were also, those same girls were already at that age sneaking themselves into clubs where they were not supposed to be because they were minors.
And I was
like, that was just a competitive sport. The competitive sport of getting into a drinking establishment to get blasted on a weekend was just, a thing that happened in high school.
Put into a category where I was encouraged to date 15 to 17-year-olds.
Like, tell me why I saw a 20-something-year-old say they were 16 and easily get into Wiz.
Verify your age. To make sure you connect with people your age, we need to verify yours. Age verified. That didn't take...
Or this 20-something-year-old that said they were 15.
Age verification.
I'm pretty sure, like, my niece looks about that, just without the septum piercings.
Verify, What is that?
What's at stake here is that adults, particularly adult men, can pose as 15-year-old boys and hook up with teenage girls or teenage boys for that matter. It's as simple as that. Stephen Balcom, founder of the Family Online Safety Institute, told the Post. Stephen Balcom was able to sign up for Wiz as a teen. Oh wow, he must look pretty young. Oh no. It's honestly just incredible to me that this idea was pitched.
You think you get the idea now? Oh, do tell. It's to get people comfortable with ID verification? Ah, so you think this is... Again, I think we're ascribing more complex thinking than is actually taking place here, Digby. Like, if we were... an evil, invisible hand of the government who wants to manufacture consent for a gross violation of privacy, that's probably how we would have done it. I don't think the people engaged in this are intelligent enough to follow that line of thinking. Nor are the people in government intelligent enough to design that.
To people like Tinder. 4 kids, and nobody in that boardroom immediately got up and punched that guy in the head. This idea should have never been spoken into the world.
Well, they made Facebook, and Facebook, the only thing Facebook realistically sort of bloomed into is the gated normie, the petting zoo of normie internet. which I don't think was ever, I don't think it panned out to be the thing that the deep state imagined it to be, because social media largely was largely influential in sort of creating the downfall of the deep state and creating the phenomenon that is, well, basically the entire Trump campaign. It would not have been possible without the mass presence of normies on the internet. Facebook was became successful and later leveraged by those people. Again, to do what? Is the question here. Facebook was, again, I don't appreciate conspiratorial thinking because it applies simplified solutions to complex problems. The story they tell you of how it started is false. It was born out of a DARPA project called LifeLog, a project that was canceled the same day Facebook launched. Again, like, what did it achieve? I am sure that spooks constantly try to interfere with actual for-profit businesses, especially in their early stages when they're hungry for money. I'm not disproving that. I'm saying that the overall influence and the quality of the planning is grossly overestimated. Like, if the government was as intelligent with their money as they purport to be, purchasing for the military-industrial complex would look vastly different. But at this point, the best they can do is have some dedicated startup accelerators that look for companies with dual-use tech. And even then, like, having spoken to people who work in that field, it is very inefficient. You overestimate the competence of the competition. The full-on shadowy cabal controls all events conspiracy is almost cope, as it implies that at least somebody competent is in charge. There you go. You are grossly violating Hamlin's razor multiple times in order for those theories to pan out. Again, there you go.
This is a curse upon our lands. The CEO should be trapped inside of a crystal for 1,000 years. So who are the geniuses?
It's legit. Like, I'm going to give you that idea. It's millennials or Gen X who grew up with dating apps being sort of the primary mode of socialization. It's generally normalized to use those apps to, I don't know, settle with some blown out Stacy after she's done cock riding, and they sort of have this semi-functional marriage, and sort of the product of that, like, again, you can't go against the orthodoxy of Tinder being bad, and therefore the thought process is, well, if Tinder is good and if dating app culture is good, then why don't we expand that concept to also include children, because children also need to socialize, and, you know, casual sex is a form of socializing for adults and for teens these days, realistically. Therefore, why shouldn't we provide them with the same infrastructure, and not being bound by any concept of decency and tradition being presupposed as bad in the current orthodoxy of libtards? You sort of arrive to this point of making a Tinder for teens. There you go. Have I circled that square for you?
This is behind Wiz. Let's take a look. Oh, it's just a bunch of nerds. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly.
Look at these people. Like, the physiognomy check is never wrong.
Okay, so the CEO, Thomas Donier. Can I say that? Now, I know what you're thinking, and yes, he is French. It's always the French behind this shit. Cutie is now this. It's seriously time we start asking the French question. Believe it or not, this is not the first time Wiz has been under fire. Last year, Apple actually had to remove it from the App Store because of extortion controversies. Apple removed the app Tuesday after the National Center of Sexual Exploitation contacted the company with concerns about the alleged use of Wiz in extortion scams. Extortion is an increasingly common online crime in which people are enticed to send sexually explicit photos. Once the photos are sent, the receiver of the images threatens to share them online or with family or friends unless the victim sends money. John Sheehan, Senior Vice President of the Exploited Children Division and International Engagement for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said his organization has received more than 100 reports from members of the public about minors allegedly extorted on Wiz this year, putting the app behind only Snapchat and Instagram for such reports. So because
Again, Snapchat. Again, Snapchat mentioned, because Snapchat is I've not heard of a legal use case for Snapchat. Every time I hear Snapchat, it's either for human trafficking or for selling drugs. I've not heard of Snapchat being used for anything else.
There was extortion allegedly from Wiz. They had to shut it down. And this is the public statement Wiz came out with. Are you ready for this? Hey there, just wanted to drop in with a quick heads up. Wiz is currently taking a break from the app stores due to a technical hiccup. We're working super hard to get everything sorted out and back to normal ASAP. Here's the deal.
I can imagine the person who wrote this copy. I can imagine everything about this person, every opinion they've ever held, probably the way they dress as well. You were referencing censorship pressure and misinformation stuff like the Twitter files. This app for kids thing, it's probably just the case of opportunity and people running it not being motivated to properly safeguard. Yeah, real and true.
If you uninstall Wiz during this time, you won't be able to re-download it until we're back up and running in the App Store. So we recommend hanging tight. We're really sorry for any inconvenience this may cause. We appreciate your
The person who wrote this can't digest lactose.
patience and support. Stay tuned for the update, and in the meantime, keep enjoying Wiz. Thanks for being.
There's another. If I come off as snappy and confrontational, it's because I am running loops against the same subjects over and over again, and you know, I just go to my shorthand arguments sometimes.
Being part of our Wiz family. Oopsie poopsie, we deal will f***y wucky. And when they were allowed back on the App Store, this was their announcement.
This smells of female millennial social media manager. Not even necessarily female. Unfortunately not. I will not elaborate.
Imagine, if you will, getting back.
Become a part of our Wiz family and get whizzed in by a geriatric.
And off the App Store because of controversies surrounding extortion of minors. And then being like, we're back, bitches! The audacity. We're still working on getting back on the store. We miss you guys. Stay strong. I like the hashtag attempt here. Nobody is using that shit. It sounds like a rapper. Free my homie Lil Wiz. He ain't done nothing. Okay, so what exactly is on this app? Well,
I can see a rapper by the name of Lil Wiz getting booked for statutory rape.
Well, I am about to show you. I will be getting these screen caps from other videos about this topic because there is no fucking way I am downloading any of these apps onto my device, okay? I am on way too many lists already. Anyway, here are some examples of some profiles on these friendship apps. Back on here, I guess, 5, 10, 16, don't send, hit me up. I'm a good listener, don't be dry, don't send, lol. I don't send, friendly 304, older girls are on top. 15. Look at the little Roblox icon. I don't send, so don't try. I don't send, don't ask. So if you are not aware what these people mean when they say don't send, they are saying they do not send private photos. May I remind you that this is an app marketed towards minors, and these minors.
Okay, so this is an entirely unsurprising outcome. Because I remember myself as a teenager. As a teenager, you are horned out of your mind. These days, I am slightly less horned out. But your incentive structures are they're still in place, and it's not entirely surprising that when given access to a barely probably a completely unmoderated platform, that probably the only moderation that exists is to make sure that people don't drop the hard R, and that's about it. But when you give healthy young people a social platform, they are going to use that social platform to farm social recognition. And the purpose of farming social recognition, especially as a teenager, is to achieve sexual success with the opposite sex. That is about it. That's what all sort of social games are basically sort of centered on in human behavior. So when you create that sandbox is going to be repurposed to fuck very quickly. And there is nothing you can do about it, and the best thing you can do about it is just not make the fucking sandbox.
Feel the need to put in their profiles that they do not send nudes to strangers. That is how prevalent that shit is on this app. They feel like they have to go out of their way to say they don't do it. This one literally has to say, I don't send, stop asking. Bro, what the?
But I bet if you put no Indians, you get instantly banned.
Trades, 17. All send, 14. Wow, those are some interesting names they have there in Australia. How exotic. My shit big, by the way. 16 years old. No Bill Cosby shit, but if bitches sleeping on me, then I'm a fuck 'em.
Whatever you say, Michelin Man.
What? Hit me up if you are a girl that plays variety games, listens to music, and has a decent amount of beauty, so I can actually appreciate you. I don't date gays or blacks. Teen mom, if you have a prob, keep swiping.
See, like, it's not really creating a new problem. It is shining a light on a number of existing problems. And yeah, digital ID is not solving any of them.
14. I like it in the back door. Violet. 15. Pull up for sex and smoking. Bring me a nick though. DM to rate eggplant. Oh man, I sure love friendship apps. My favorite activity to do with the homies, with the bros, rating each other's dicks. Friendship. I don't send. You should obsess over me. 15. It's wrong. If you're
all right, here's a little pro strat. When a stranger asks you for a picture of your dick, more likely than not, it is going to be used as blackmail. Because at the time where the alleged female is asking you for a dick pic, the man running that account has already found your social media, and subsequently to receiving the picture of your dick, will proceed to blackmail you. Do not send pictures of your penis to strangers, even if prompted to do so. Especially if prompted to do so by a stranger. Do we have an understanding, Oni Dojo?
You're a sub and a masochist, text me now. Be my yandere. Be my psychopath.
Huh?
Someone please come collect your daughter. Oh my god. 6'3", football. Text me with Riz. I have a whimper audio, so ask to see. Holy shit, someone please come collect your son. Where are the freaks at? 15 years old asking where the freaks are at. Sir, I do not doubt at all. Several freaks are viewing your profile. Rate me 1 out of 10. Middle school, about to be 13. They have their age set to 17, but they're actually 13. So, again, great job. The state-of-the-art AI technology at work here. ChatGPT says I'm 24 years old. without makeup. My 34-year-old haggard ass. I'm sorry if I do not trust fucking clankers to handle something like
Damn, with a hard R.
this. Let's take a look at what actual teenagers are saying about this app, shall we? Is Wiz safe? No, I got sent CP on it. Bruh, I got asked, do you trade so many times? Most people on there are horny for real. Got way too many PP pics from people. No, literally at this point, Wiz has become a child-friendly Tinder.
Reminder that Tinder had to turn off sending media because of how prolific dick pics have become.
The things I saw were horrifying. 15-year-olds posting videos of themselves twerking, 14-year-olds calling themselves bottoms, 13-year-olds putting shit in their bios like, I'll send if you send. My sister is using a dating app for teens called Wiz, and honestly I find it really unhealthy. She spends a lot of time talking to guys she barely knows. The worst part is, my mom does nothing about it. I've been punished for way less, but my sister never gets any real consequences. I'm just trying to protect her, but she thinks I'm against her, and I'm—
Where's the dad? Why is a father not present in this particular scenario? Really stirs the noggin, doesn't it?
really scared that one day this could end badly. Older brother, please protect your sister. She may hate you in the moment, but she will thank you in the future. Oh my god, and the fact that his mom doesn't care. This is giving me like actual anxiety. Here's my catch. If you're a guy, it's hard. Watch ads to get 5 coins, and once you reach 250, start the boost to get more requests. Oh, it's one of those watch ads to get coins sort of apps, of course. So what are the ads these 13 to 17-year-olds being forced to watch in order—
Ah, so that's the real revenue stream. See, Digby, as I have mentioned previously, the data is next to useless. However, you can turn it into a bot farm to watch ads from ad aggregators because they have no expendable income.
to get coins or whatever the Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what type of ads are on these friendship apps. Safe chat room. Enjoy private chats with gorgeous online. Gets all—
Sorry, we need to censor the word gorgeous now on YouTube? Okay.
are horny. 1v1 video chat. Please tame me. I wanna. AI generate. Not safe for work. Dirty call and fast. Free video chat with naughty hot girl. Now I know every single social media has an issue with this. Every single one, from Instagram to Twitter, there's always an issue of predators preying on minors on social media. But these
Maybe minors shouldn't have access to social media. Have we considered that?
apps in particular are created with weird intentions from the get-go. Like, why does a 13-year-old kid need an app like this, where they swipe on photos of people and like plan to meet them in person? They just don't need an app like this. The bad that potentially comes with it completely outweighs like any of the good that can come from an app like this. I remember when like don't talk to strangers online was like the big thing. That was like the main internet rule. That and don't believe everything you see on the internet, which is funny now coming from the boomer generation that thinks like this is real on Facebook. Meanwhile, nowadays, apps like this are literally
this makes me want to look up AI slop on Facebook just to see boomers get one shot by videos like that.
marketing themselves to minors like meet strangers on the internet. As a teenager, it is like the optimal time to like meet friends in real life. Like that is when it is the easiest. Because
I'm sorry, arguably, it's always better to meet people in real life. Internet friends are great, but they better stay on the fucking internet.
Because it gets really hard to meet friends as an adult. It gets hard as fuck to meet friends as an adult. Like, everyone's already established, everyone already has their friends, and like, if you try to make friends with someone, you feel like a fucking like weirdo freak. Like, when I moved to the city, I tried Bumble BFF. I think I've told the story before. Sorry if I told the story before in a video. Not much happens in my life, so if I repeat stories, I'm sorry. I tried Bumble BFF and the only person I matched with was a furry. Anyway, my point is, I don't think 13-year-old, 14-year-old...
Hold the fuck up. That means that you swiped right on a furry.
15 years, whatever, they shouldn't be meeting strangers off the internet. Like, at the very least, what these apps are doing are normalizing hookup culture. Basically grooming them into hookup culture, one of the most toxic aspects of modern society, in my opinion. But these companies do not care. These companies don't care because at the end of the day,
I think these companies don't think that that's bad. We've seen the photos of the people running those companies. Again, it is no different from a woman who sits there and tells you that there is no biological evidence. There is no scientific evidence that there are biological differences between black and white women. It's the same thing. They're the same picture. People who made this app don't think that hookup culture is bad, because if you think that hookup culture is bad, then Nazis or some shit. No one could have tortured that information out of you.
They are making a profit. It's not surprising at all.
By the way, if you want to sidestep the ads, the YouTube stream doesn't have ads, so that's why I posted the link there.
That a lot of these apps showed up during COVID, during lockdowns, when many teenagers and kids were really lonely. Like I said before, the app is apparently full of ads, freaky ass ads, and you can buy like all this extra stuff on the app. There's like in-app purchases. There's like the fucking burger bundle, whatever the hell that is. I like how this is so blatantly like a French person's idea of like this is like a French person's idea of like marketing to the United States.
Bonjour, Americans. Would you like the burger bundle? So you can have a 13-year-old girl on your, how you say, oui, oui.
One of the biggest issues, though, besides the predators or the normalization of hookup apps, is the fact that this app is mainly used by minors to trade photos with other minors. A lot of people, a lot of teenagers especially, don't know that even though you're also a minor, you are still technically creating and distributing CP. If those pictures somehow get out, if she breaks up with you and posts them, you could both get in trouble. You could go to jail. You could be labeled a sex offender. Yes, you as a minor could be labeled a sex offender because you sent pictures to another minor. And that's what like 90% of this app is. Minors getting each other's links and trading and whatever the like, how do the creators of this app not see that? How do they do see it. They don't care because a burger bundle. So what can we do about this?
What apps? Sukadri, you're late. Thought they go on Roblox? No, apparently there are dedicated apps for grooming children now. Apparently Wiz is a big one. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
One particular promising solution pending before Congress is the Kids Online Safety Act, a bipartisan bill that establishes a duty of care for online platforms likely to be accessed by children. Listen, of course I think government regulation is absolutely necessary to keep corpos in check. If not, they would just do a bunch of immoral, evil shit for money. However,
that is actually a very bad take. That's a very uneducated, borderline commie take. Someone who does not understand the concept. It's very CSR brained, so to speak. Because at the end of the day, organically in a free market, goodwill and reputation are still material components, and they in a developed consumer market, you have those as controls. You have been under a rock. You hear Alex Jones is now a Fed who took some shekels. What's my take on that? Highly unlikely that Alex Jones is a Fed. For one, he is way too autistic. He would have told everyone the day he was hired. And he's burned way too many bridges with the establishment just over the course of his entire body of work. I will remind you that the feds are still actively, like, if he was a Fed, he would have been bailed out of the Sandy Hook lawsuit ages ago. She proposed socialism. I'm not going to try to read that. A couple of weeks ago, a more nationalist form of socialism. Nationalist socialism, you say? I feel like that experiment didn't end too well. It wasn't very cash money last time someone tried that. I'm blanking on the exact thing that happened as a result of it. So maybe no.
I do not trust the government to handle anything regarding free speech and the internet. Listen, in a perfect world, the government would step in and make the internet a safer place for children.
The sue Alex Jones for the next brew GDP of France. Yeah, exactly.
But we do not live in a perfect world. We live in hell world. And in hell world, anything the—
Excuse me, miss, we live in clown world. Thank you very much. Do not disparage my homeland. My culture is not a costume.
government government gets its grubby little hands on turns to shit. It will go from, we're just protecting kids, to, we're just protecting adults from bad opinions. It will go from, sorry little Timmy, you can't watch fat booty Latinas in Space 12, to, sorry grown-ass man, you can't post that opinion about Israel. But I don't know,
Here's the thing, the 12-year-old will always find a way to watch big booty Latinas in Space 12. I know that because I was that teenager before broadband was ever available. You underestimate the capability of a motivated teenager to watch big booty Latinas in Space 12.
You need a government ID to buy alcohol or weed online. Why shouldn't you also need a government ID to watch porn or access apps like this? I don't really know. I kind of like go back and forth on my opinion of stuff like this. I don't really have a fleshed out opinion of this yet. My husband has not given me my opinion of this yet. All I know is it is ultimately the parent's job to monitor what their kids are doing online. But in my opinion, something like this shouldn't even exist in
Again, all true things. I have to agree with the last statement. I believe that it is a violation of my human rights that at any point in time I be at risk of being exposed to the opinions of a minor on the internet. Minors have no business being on the internet. There is nothing for them to do there.
In the first place. Like, imagine, yeah, we created meth for kids. You as a parent, you know...
That's probably not a great example because we have meth for kids. It's called Ritalin.
You keep your kids away, but, you know, the meth for kids is here. You know, if they want it, if they want to buy it. Like, no! Also, like, the parents are giving their kids iPads right out of the f***ing womb, dude. These little motherfuckers can't read. Australia is actually enforcing the first social media ban for kids under 16. These are...
Yeah, but Discord is not included there for some reason, even though it's the primary hazard.
Are the platforms being banned in Australia? Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, X, YouTube, Reddit, Threads, Kick, Twitch. And these are the ones that are still allowed.
Even literal meth can be prescribed to kids. Disoxine, pretty rare though. Again, like ADHD meds are meth. They're controlled, but they are meth. I miss old Formula Jack 3D.
Steam, WhatsApp, Messenger, YouTube Kids, Pinterest, GitHub, Google Classroom, Lego Play, Roblox, and Discord. I'm sorry, stop. You want to protect children, and you didn't ban Discord? Also, wow, I almost forgot. Roblox is also trying to become a dating website. Roblox, the game mostly used by children. I feel like kids are in such a rush to be adults today more than ever. I think because like social media.
Well, listen, to be fair, like being an adult was the bottleneck to owning firearms. So that's the reason why I rushed to be an adult, because I wanted to do the cool things that I was prevented by my age. It's one way to resolve a birth rate crisis. I mean, no, it's not going to resolve the birth rate crisis as long as abortions are readily available. Also, there are downstream, how should I put this? Social consequences to teen pregnancies. So let's not drink from that particular well. It's been tried. It's not how that works. Again, let's not try to solve complex problems with oversimplified solutions. Let's just not tax the actual age bracket that's supposed to be producing kids to death so that they can actually afford that, as opposed to having the disproportionately wealthy boomer generation just, you know, pay for the upkeep of their pregnant grandchild.
And influencers. Oh my god, adults. Today more than ever. I think because like...
Sorry, I dropped my magazine on... I dropped the magazine that I was dry firing with on the keyboard as I was clearing a malfunction. As you were. A generation of uneducated, unemployed parents raising kids to be like them is a terrible idea? Yes.
Ban Discord. Also, wow, I almost forgot. Roblox is also trying to become a dating website. Roblox, the game mostly used by children. I feel like kids are in such a rush to be adults. Today more than ever, I think because like social media and influencers, oh my god, apparently the most popular jobs for children that they want to be when they grow up are like streamer and like YouTuber. We're so cooked, dude. I swear to god, if my
I mean, again, people react to incentives, and the incentives that are presented by social media is that being a content creator is the path of least resistance, at least externally. You do shit that looks externally. I need to stop overstroking the slide if I just want to reset the trigger. But outwardly, it presents as the path of least resistance to money. The odds are not very likely, but it does look like a profession where you mostly do things that you like or are cool, and you get obscene amounts of money. I blame Mr. Beast and sort of his cohort of people who, turned YouTube into a content mill and poisoned the well for everyone. But yeah, I'd say wanton content creation as a primary career pursuit is the lottery, is what pursuing content creation as a primary career is to the Gen Alpha and Zoomer what lottery tickets are to Gen X and Boomers. It is a tax on stupidity because you can't understand odds.
My kids come up to me and they're like, I want to be a YouTuber like mommy. Nightmare. No, you're going to college. You're getting a degree. You're not going to be an e-girl. You're not going to be a streamer. You're not going to be the next Asmongold. You're going to be normal. I've said this before, but like my kids are not even going to know the internet exists. I'm going to raise them as if it is 1875. And God forbid like a phone rings in our house. What is that strange bird I hear? Personally, I had unrestricted access to the internet when I was growing up and I turned out fine.
Whatever you say.
So that was that video. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. I read every single comment. I'm serious. I see all the shit you freaks write down there. If you like this video, give it a little like. Oh, I hate this part of being a YouTuber. Subscribe and give it 5 stars. Donate to my Patreon if you can. Link down below.
Do not give money to women on the internet. All right, palette cleanser, man card. I really like this concept. I'm gonna let the man explain the concept on his own. It's not a very long video, and after that, we're finally actually gonna go and play some games today.
This is a drill that I came up with when I was in law enforcement and got a kind of an order to make sure that the round count is, we're being very frugal with the round count, let's put it that way. And when we cut that round count, I'm trying to come up with, as a firearms instructor for my agency, a still something that these guys can work or incentivize them to be out on the range and training. One, with a part-timer, so they're capable of knowing what they're capable of doing within time, but also within the skill set of shooting a rifle and a pistol. So the short card is what I came up with, which is a 5-iteration drill. This man card is a compressed ready in 1 second. The amount of times I found myself at a compressed position in law enforcement was way more than in the military, so I think it was a very valid first iteration to start with, right? The next iteration will be the one from holster. Any level of retention. This can be done from concealment, white light application, or even under night vision. Just any level of retention. You will have a start position, hands down to side. You cannot start with hand on gun, and you will draw present in 1 round in 1.5 seconds. The next one will be picking up your rifle. You can stage your rifles on the ground, you can keep them slung to you, I don't care. You will have a downward starting position with the rifle of a 45 degree. That's just showing you forcing the shooter to a level of discomfort. Trust me, 1 second is plenty of time to lift this gun up, not disrupt sights, sweep the safety, press the trigger, and not miss that target, all right? Next one will be high ready. Out of the shoulder, you're then going to present, mount, sweep safety, press trigger, 1 second, 1 round on that target down there. The last iteration, 5th iteration, is a 1 transition 1 in 2.5 seconds. Now your choice of ready position. So with the rifle, you can go low or you can go high. If you get that far, I would highly pay attention to the stress levels of one versus the other, but also the time one versus the other, and choose accordingly. You will start at a position, you will lift up on signal, press, transition, press. All right, if you get that far and you are under time, you get all your hits, you will retain a man card.
I really like this concept. I like that it's under pressure. I like that it's staged and you have to basically undergo a crucible of testing. So I've started integrating some elements of the man card. Like whenever I get access to attack bay or to an open range where I can draw from a holster, I try to implement some of that.
No, it's not the next one. I got 200 in my hand. So in the 6 or 7 years that I've been doing this, guys, there's not even 200 individuals that have these cards. There's just under 200 cards out in circulation currently. All right, so number 200 is up for grabs on this line. I have faith that some of you guys will retain this card today. Don't let me down. With what we're doing here, we're just asking you to perform fundamentals behind guns when asked. So performance on demand. This drill, unlike the dope drill though, is going to be a very finite and metric. It's pass or fail. All right, just like your quals, it's relatable to your guys' occupation as law enforcement officers. You guys are very used to those pass-fail quals. This is a pass-fail qual, 5 iterations, all right? After you pass or fail this qual, if you fail, just step offline. If you pass and you retain this card, you'll have a chance to run the pro card and long card. The pro card is those same 5 iterations, but now you're sending 2 rounds within the same time limit at the same size of target and distance. So it really pushes you. You're shooting 2 rounds compressed ready, 2 rounds from holster, 2 low, 2 high, and then 2 transition 2 to finish it off.
That's actually a significant bump in difficulty because like follow-up shots are infamously like the hard thing to do because you need to manage the recoil, return to your point of aim, and then crack off another one and still
Which
hit.
is definitely pushing. There's no getting lucky with that one. All right.
Starting from a compressed ready is going to be retracted into your body, not outside, not down low, not from an extended point, just lowering the gun. It should be retracted into your person. From here, I have 1 second on buzzer to then present, engage, and impact that C-size piece of cardboard.
Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. 9-7.
1.5 seconds from holster.
From holster, 1.5. Stand by. 1.45.
So now we transition to rifle. From rifle, it's a low ready. So muzzle of your rifle should be in line with your belt.
Low ready, 1 second. Stand by. 9-4.
Going to high ready. Going to high ready again. Buttstock off of person, looking over the muzzle of my rifle.
Stand by. 1 second flat.
Now, once you get to the 1 transition 1, if you don't have an empty mag set up, I do have an empty mag I can hand you. We only run this with an empty mag, so there's only 1 round in here. We're not dropping a live rifle. Insert our empty. Now we'll prep for the 1 transition 1.
1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds for the man card. Stand by. 2, 4, 3.
Notice the breathing. He takes aim on the exhale. So forms grip, bang.
And I would retain my man card today.
Shooter ready? Ready. Stand by. Good hit, 8-3. Next shooter.
Nice ramjet comp.
1 second. Stand by. Good hit, 7-5. Next shooter. Compress ready, 1 second. Compress the gun. Stand by. Good hit, 8-1. Next shooter. Compress ready, 1 second. Stand by.
Seeing a lot of ramjet comps. Uh-oh.
Holy shit, son. That's a case of beer. All right, here we go. Compress ready, 1 second. And this is now your 2nd attempt. Stand by. And that was... I'll take your man.
Hold
card.
it.
And a case of beer later. Next shooter. Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. Good hit. 8-8. Next shooter.
I think I'm seeing most people run, what, Glock 19s and compensated Glock 19s?
9-8.
Couple of 2011s.
Next shooter. Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. 7-3. 2nd attempt. Stand by. There it is. 7-4. Next shooter. Compress ready. 1 second. Stand by. 1-1-5. Overtime. 2nd attempt. Stand by. Miss. 7-6. Holster. I'll take your man card. Good hit, man. 9-1. Next shooter. Compress ready. 1 second. Stand by. Miss. 8-4. 2nd attempt. Stand by. Good hit. 7-7. Next shooter. Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. 8-9, second attempt. Stand by. 118. Just over time, but a good hit. I'll take your man card. Next shooter. Compress ready in 1 second. Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. Good hit. 9-0. Next shooter. Compress ready in 1 second. Stand by. Miss.
19x, nice.
Stand by. Good hit. 9-6.
Irons only. Okay.
Yes, second attempt. Stand by. Yes. Second attempt. Stand by. Yes. Yes. Stand by. All right. Stand by. 0.85.
Nice.
Go ahead. Second attempt. Stand by. 109. Stand by.
19 Koa, nice.
Plenty of time. 6-2. Stand by. 1, 2. Are you ready? Ready. Stand by. 8-8. Nice. Go ahead, holster. 8-3. Good job. Stand by. 7-6. Stand by.
Is that a PDP?
Stand by. 105.
Oh, 500. From holster, 1.5. Stand by. Miss, 147. Second attempt. Stand by. 150 flat. Good job, my friend. America. America.
He has a very interesting setup. He runs his handgun reloads on the same side as the holster, under the holster. I would like to see a description of that logic. Maybe this is a loner. No, I mean, that can't be a loner belt, because where the fuck are you going to find that specific holster setup? So, naked gun, just the stock naked 19X, no red dot, magazines. I think he has more on his left hip, so maybe these are just, refills that he'll then, like, these are not staged for an immediate reload with the, okay, sure.
150 flat. Good job, my friend. America. America is damn, that's right. All right, next shooter. 1.5 from holster. Stand by.
Struggled with the retention there.
Overtime. Second attempt. Stand by. Miss. 149. 128. Next shooter. Stand by. Miss. Yep. Second attempt. Stand by. 184. Overtime. I'll take your man card. All right. 1.5 from holster.
I think the thing that I don't entirely like about the holster stage. Have I discussed the fraud that has been going out in Minnesota? Oh, for some reason my brain defaulted to Minecraft. We did touch upon it. Is there new Somalian fraud? Have they stolen more of my fucking tax money? We've mentioned it in passing. Well, not in passing. We actually did quite a bit about that. So yeah, we are aware of the Somalian problem. The thing that I'm not entirely too chipper about in this particular test on the holster stage is that it's not really consistently enforced, like what stage of retention you're supposed to defeat. I get the logic of if you carry with a duty holster, you're supposed to be able to, like, you are supposed to train yourself to defeat all 3 stages fast. But you have dudes running just bare bones Kydex holsters versus dudes who do have to spend that extra increment of flipping off the hood, then defeating the thumb safety, and then going for the shot.
Holster, stand by. There it is, 126. Next shooter, stand by. 153. Over.
Because the thing is, you're still detracting time from forming that master grip. There are new developments in Maine, apparently. So the way we do this is join the Discord. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny, and you can drop whatever you want me to look at on stream in the media share channel.
Time and a miss. Second attempt. Stand by. Miss. 1-3-1. There it is. 1-4-0. Next shooter.
See, this guy had just a second stage, level 2 retention holster. So, yes, he needs to defeat the thumb safety, but at the very least, it's like in the same travel path as forming your master grip, as opposed to having to defeat the retention hood.
5 from holster. Stand by. 1-5-9 over time. Second attempt. Stand by. There it is. 141. Next shooter. 1.5 from holster. Stand by. Miss. 150 flat. Second attempt. Stand by.
No, that's all right.
There it is. 146. Next.
Listen, there's no such thing as derailing a topic. We're just watching slop before I go and torture myself with Subnautica.
Shooter. 1.5 from holster. Stand by. 157 overtime. Second attempt. Stand by.
Does he go hood off or on? No, just the thumb safety.
Yep. Stand by. Miss. 194. Second attempt. Stand by.
Ah, fumbled over the retention.
135. Second attempt. Stand by. 135 again. 160.
Nice. Oh, a little bit over time.
Stand by. 135. Nice. Stand by. Hit. 144. Stand by. Hit.
Good draw. Nice.
All right, low ready.
If you drop a link on the on the thing, not necessarily for viewing, it's just for me to see it. You can just post that in the general. If it's not, so media share is specifically things you want me to pull up on stream. Everything else for sharing is, depending on how you classify it. Shit posting is mostly for memes. General is for discussions. They make sure that everyone has the correct privileges. Model citizen. There you go. I need to retool the Discord.
1 second. Keep coming down to a 45. Keep coming.
Discussing mitigation strategies for AI scrappers with some people, and it made you wonder if PHPBB was still a thing. Sure enough, not only is it still a thing, but the project website still look like it belongs in the mid-2000s. I like the old-timey, not mid-maxed UX. Sure, it's about as fugly as an Arkansas 4, but at the same time, it has a certain charm to it.
Stand by. 7-8. Next shooter. Downward 45. Keep coming. Stand by.
Nice shorty with an EOTech.
Next shooter. Stand by.
Is that an aim point?
Second attempt. Stand by. 9-1. Good job. 8-0.
Need to abandon the server because you've already reached the max cap. It's the same thing for me, man. I'm staying at the cap and I refuse to give Discord money.
5. Keep coming. Stand by. 9-7. High ready.
9-2. Stand by. 7-1. 6-1. Second attempt. Stand by. 6-9.
Miss.
That's an interesting build. What is that? I'm seeing a Daniel Defense quad rail. That looks like a Daniel Defense magazine. Okay. Some chunky iron
Second
sights.
attempt. Stand by. 106 overtime. I'll take your man card. Stand by. 102. Miss. Second attempt. Stand by. There it is. 9-9. Miss. 7-6.
What is that? What is on that magazine? I can't quite make it out. I was hoping it was some weeb shit.
Second attempt. Stand by. 9-0. Next.
You imagine coming to one of these with the most deranged fucking weeabooed out rifle and then clearing the entire course of fire.
Shooter. Stand by. 8-2. Next shooter. Stand by. 1. Nope, counted 2. 9-9. Good job. Next shooter. Stand by. Miss. 7-9. Second attempt. Stand by. 1 second flat.
Stand by. 8-9. Nice.
Forgot to mention, this would be the last attempt for the man card. This would be the last man.
Is that one of those Trump images boomers love on their magazines? I guess so. I couldn't make it out. Would be you with your future SOP Mod 2 with Girls Frontline theme shit on that? Hell yeah, brother. Represent.
Man card of 2025. Kind of a big deal.
Yeah, right when they get to the...
Yeah, no pressure.
Stand by.
Hit.
1-0-1. Second attempt, you got it.
Low delta.
Stand by.
Hit.
9-8.
Good alpha. Good job, dude.
He's got that Magpul M bussy on the back there.
9-6.
Dead center. All right, for the man card, 1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds. Stand by. Miss on the pistol. 2-3-4 was your total time. Downward 45. Second attempt for the man card. Stand by. Way to finish it up. 2-4-6. Miss on the rifle. I'll take your man card. All right, for the man card, 1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds. Stand by.
Didn't quite have the sight picture.
Second attempt for the man card. Stand by. 2-7-5 and a miss on the pistol. I'll take your man card. All right, for the man card, 1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds. Shooter ready. Stand by. 2-3-6. Second attempt for the man card. Stand by. 2-5-3. 3/100ths of a second over, my friend. Good work, man. 1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds for the man card. Stand by. Plenty of time, my friend. 2:04. All right, second attempt for the man card. Stand by. Damn. I'll take your man card. All right, last shooter for card number 200.
I like the finality of it. I like that this drill has a fail state.
1 transition 1, 2.5 seconds for the man card. Stand by. Let's fucking go.
Nice.
2-17. Take that
Clean.
shit back to Atlanta PD. Good job, man.
Stand by.
Hit.
2-9-0. Second attempt.
You're bidding on one right now for a very good price? Nice. Only need to change the barrel and SBR it? Yeah, I mean, the tag stamp is now 0, so you may as well. I don't like dealing with NFA shit. I'm waiting for my can to come in, and I'm not looking forward to ever having to deal with the fucking NFA process in the near future. I will have to get a can for the handgun, but still, it sucks donkey balls.
Stand by.
Hit.
2-5-0. Let's go, dude.
Shit, 201. Good job.
Good job, dude.
201.
That's awesome.
Do you want to SBR it purely for clone accuracy? Like, is that just a concern?
Hit, miss. 3, 4, 6. Set it up for a second attempt. 2.5. Stand by. Hit. 308. Are you ready? Ready. Stand by. Hit. 2, 4, 2.
Let's go.
Nice. Good job, bro. Good job.
And the last man part of 20.
See, a lot of the people there are running braces. I feel like that's the play these days. It will not be a clone, then just slap a brace on it and then put a barrel as short as you want.
There it is.
Congratulations, guys. All right, good work, guys. So this is not something that's going to clearly define whether you're a good shooter or bad shooter. There's guys that fail this. I fucking came up with the drill. Sometimes I fail this drill. It is not a clear depiction of whether you're a good shooter or bad shooter. All it is a test. I'm asking right now, can you perform the fundamentals within these 5 iterations that are being asked of you?
What are they shooting at? That looks like, what, 25 yards?
Can you perform them on demand? The goal of this drill was to induce pressure and to showcase with a very low round count, building that sense of urgency within the transitions, finding efficiency within presentations with pistol and rifle that would not be disrupted once it got to where it needed to be. Once that sight gets there, we need to find what is the appropriate level of confirmation within that sight alignment to that sight picture that we need to start breaking that shot. Because if you were waiting for a static red dot, it just will not ever play out within 1 second in time, within 1.5 second in time. Unless you've got this 6/10 draw and you just have the next 9/10 to refine and stabilize that dot, which there's people out there that can do that. Most likely you're not seeing a static red dot. And if you were waiting to see that static red dot before you broke the shot on that rifle to transition to pistol, you already shorted yourself, right? You've now cheated yourself. You're gonna have to have a spicy transition. You're gonna have to come out and accept even less information with the pistol. All right, so hopefully you guys like this drill. We do have one guy that is capable of running the pro card and long card. If anyone else has a man card, obviously you as well.
I would like to try that as a full course of fire. Okay, someone posted this in the media share. I think it was No Terry. Girl Boss Reverend says Mary was the ultimate star of Christmas because she had the power to abort. Oh, Christ. Okay.
If you ask me, who do I think is the main character in the Christmas story? Let's face it, I'm probably not going to say Father Christmas. But I'm also not going to say Jesus, because I think the main character in the Christmas story is Mary. I think sometimes we can fall into a bit of a trap where we talk about Mary as if she's like this pawn in a really big game.
Women should not head clergy. They should not be in positions of authority in clergy. They do not belong in the priestly class because they do this. Abortion back then consisted of poisoning, getting beaten in the stomach, or throwing yourself downstairs. Yeah, exactly.
But I think it's really important to remember she had the chance to say no. She wasn't forced to carry the Christ child. She didn't have to. But when she was told about it, she said yes. Behold the handmaiden of the Lord.
Wait, okay, then she's actually not talking about abortion. That's not what that tweet says. That's not correct. Why are we being bamboozled? That's not very nice. 14 mutual servers, you say? Okay, let me give you a roll real quick. Let me take a look at how this was posted. I'm gonna scream at someone. Media share. Where is that video? No one's posted that with a comment. Okay.
So I think it's really important this Christmas time we remember to be a bit more like Mary.
I forget and I don't want to look up the source material, but I believe she's referencing sort of the was it ever a question? Because I believe when Mary was visited by the angel, sort of, I forget if there was a question of whether or not she wants to carry sort of the human embodiment of God or not. I forget if a question was ever present, so she may be committing a different heresy here in altering the canon. I'm not in a big theologian mood for today. I'm sorry. We're going to have to pass up on that one. Okay, we've spent enough time piddle-paddling around. Let's get into Subnautica. I had some other game demos to play, but we're going to sideline those. Let me change. All right. Again, nothing good comes of women pastors, just universally. You don't think there was a question proffered, but she did accept explicitly? Okay. Again, I am floaty on my Christian canon. Comes with the territory of being an eternal Oni. You live through frequent enough revisions, you start to forget which one is the current one. Oh, goody goody gumdrops. Where's my Subnautica? There it is. How are the audio levels? Are they coming through? There we go. Alright, so, to reiterate, I still have my save data. We're gonna start a fresh start. We're gonna do a fresh run. And we're gonna do standard survival just because it's funny. So, this is chat control enabled Subnautica, meaning that if you type !Subnautica, you will get a sampling of the commands that you can post to redeem certain commands. Now, the commands here are specifically attached to bit amounts because these are, you know, impactful redeems that derail my gameplay. There are also channel point redeems. The ones marked with the squared bracket that says integration, that will directly affect my gameplay. For a full list of commands, you can go into the Discord, and there's a dedicated channel that's called Subnautica Commands. So you can just copy and paste the command, and it will action it.
Attention. Hull failure imminent. All personnel abandon ship.
We're gonna escape the intro. I'm not particularly interested in that. Alright. It's been a while since I've played. So, first things first, we need some titanium. We're not gonna speedrun things, we're gonna take our time. But I'm gonna try to be fairly efficient, especially since I don't quite remember everything I need to do.
Alien life forms may have unexpected applications. Utilizing alien resources is a proven survival strategy.
Fast little bitch.
Oxygen.
Up, let's remember to come up for air. Aha, okay, we've spawned in a spicy area, that's okay. You son of a bitch. I knew I should not have enabled that. I'm not sure a Reaper can spawn here, though. Interesting. Let's see how that... I'm gonna hide inside of my pod.
The fabricator cooks small organisms while disposing of the skeletal structure, bodily fluids, and internal organs, thus rendering them safe for human consumption.
Well, you've spawned it somewhere. I'm not sure where it is now, and I am now afraid. Thank you, Digby. This is why I paywall all of the bad ones. I neglected to factor in how many channel points you may have. Okay, we need a knife. I need a knife. Silicone rubber. Silicone rubber is made with the seed clusters. I'm gonna take that fire extinguisher with me. All right. Let's not get too carried away here. Let me quickly. We need to. The market, the invisible hand of the free market is gonna quickly adjust that situation. Given that we have some high rollers here, there you go. That should do it. I am concerned that the game may have actually spawned one. I don't hear it.
Silver-based wiring kits are an essential component of many habitat modules.
Like, this is already not a great spot to be spawned in.
Oxygen.
Because it's already very close to the natural habitat of the stalker, not the stalkers, of the reapers. He really went for me. He really tried. Alright, we need silicone rubber first. Get a knife.
Weapons were removed from standard survival blueprints following the massacre on Abraxas Prime. The knife remains the only exception.
Okay, what else do we need? We need an oxygen tank. That would be good to have.
New blueprint acquired.
I mean, we do have the materials to make that. We also probably need an equipment scanner, actually. Battery, titanium. We need more titanium. Cave sulfur. We need quite a bit, actually. We need a habitat builder as quickly as possible. Thank you for the hydrate. Can you salvage anything from the big spaceship? Yes. The big spaceship is a navigable environment. We need to go there, and we get a lot of resources from it. Technically, throughout the entire game, all we do is salvage the big ship. Okay, we need this for the batteries. We need table coral for the microchip. We need to find some quartz. Limestone. Titanium, that's okay. I see quartz. I'm not sure if there are any crash fish out here. Yep, there it is. You son of a bitch. He still managed to clip me with shrapnel. Yeah, that's why cave crawling is kind of dangerous. At least we get cave sulfur. So that's something. We're good. Alright. We need to, first order of business is to build out sort of our basic kit for things that we need. A bigger oxygen tank is going to be... What kind of survival adaptation is this? What do you mean? Oh, the exploding thing? There is in-game lore that makes sense, that the swimming exploding thing is... Basically it guards its own nest where eggs of it are found. Listen, the Middle East somehow still survives, you know? Obviously not, suboptimal, but not entirely pointless. What do I need for... Oh, I need copper. Okay, understood. Oh, I need more glass. Okay. We need to go and find more copper, and we need to find more quartz. I really don't like where we landed. We've landed in a very sketchy spot. Also, I think the fire extinguisher no longer boosts you. Right, we can make a bigger tank first. As some members of the Oni Dojo know, oh no, I've fucked up. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Shit. I need more titanium and I just wasted mine. Fuck. Yeah, I just built another one for nothing. That's great. Let's just leave it here. Well, fortunately, it's an abundant material in the environment. So finding more titanium should not be an issue. But the basic premise of the game, for those of you who don't know what Subnautica is we've crash-landed on an alien world that is almost entirely covered by the ocean. There's some meta to it, in the sense that there are certain geological peculiarities to the area. For example, the world only has, you know, any life in this particular crater where we've crash landed and on its poles. On its polar caps. To come up for air. So we were actually kind of lucky to, at the very least, land here. Because this is at least, you know, a resource-rich environment. There are biomes here that we can exploit.
Copper is an essential component of all powered equipment. Your probability of survival has just increased to unlikely, but plausible.
Yeah, basically, the rest of the planet is a barren wasteland, and we're gonna get into why in a moment. Alright, we can build a battery. What do I need to build a computer chip? I need gold and copper wire, I see. Yeah, you also have the handy-dandy matter combinator device, but that's sort of, you know, if you're a space-faring civilization, it's reasonable to expect that you would have that level of a development. It doesn't really break immersion much.
Blueprints from salvage technology and to record alien biological data.
Let's put this in our inventory. Now we can craft a better tank. There we go. Excellent. Rebreather. That's gonna come later. Get ourselves a set of fins to move faster because we're kind of slow in the water. Right, next order of business.
Draws from available data to provide environment-appropriate equipment using locally available materials. For your safety, this setting cannot be overridden.
Alright, we need to find ourselves a materials for a wiring kit, and... Did I pick up any food on the way here? I did not. So we need a wiring kit, we probably need a laser cutter too. Oh, I can build a repair tool now, okay. Let's put that over here.
Lifeboat secondary systems online. Running full environment diagnostic and outputting results to data bank.
This is an error. Distress signal received. Rescue operation will be dispatched to your location in 9 hours.
I'm sure they'll call us back.
Emergency transmissions from other life pods.
Alright, we need silver and we need gold and we need copper. Silver and... Oh, no, I'm definitely not going outside at night. That's just not happening, I'm sorry. No. I need a battery and glass if I want any source of light. I'll take that, thank you. I think all survival games, to an extent, require a certain suspense of disbelief. The way I describe Subnautica as the best unintentional horror game in the industry. Because especially early on, where you're basically just butt naked, trying to navigate around an effectively, you know, hostile world, the game does a very good job of scaring you, like legitimately giving you frights. And I'm not even playing on permadeath. It's just from the sheer uncomfortable ambience of it.
Detecting increased local radiation levels.
Think fast, Chucklenuts. What did you do?
Consistent with damage to the Aurora's drive core. Sustained.
Ah, thank you. That's... I didn't need my retinas to survive anyway. I guess I could do some nocturnal fishing. Getcha. I can barely see anything, that's a big problem. That kinda gets in the way of, you know, looking for resources I need. Yeah, we definitely need a flashlight. Otherwise this is gonna be over very quickly, especially, you know, with Reapers skulking around. Not with Reapers, with Stalkers. Alright, we are going to have to wait for the for daytime. That kinda sucks. No, I did not say another flashbang. I very specifically did not say flashbang. I was there for that. For some reason, it doesn't really help with, you know, the night blindness. With the night blindness. A battery. We need copper for a battery, right? Fortunately, the day-night cycle isn't too long. There we go. Snooze that ad real quick. Alright, now we can hunt for limestone. Take some of these. We do need quartz. I am kind of dissuaded from going too deep into some of the caves there. I see you, you exploding asshole. One of the key elements of the game, and the sort of the exploration around it, is collecting blueprints. For some reason, your personal PDA lacks a lot of the blueprints, so you get to scour around and look for them.
Integrating new PDA data.
Ah yes, a desk. I definitely needed that for my productivity.
New blueprint acquired.
Grav traps.
New blueprint acquired.
I was never big on using the gravitational traps. Oh, I can repair this. So this is a piece of the Aurora. Beacons, we like those. Mobile vehicle bay, we like that even more. We need 2 more pieces of that. I cannot see if there's anything else here. We're gonna double check once I have a flashlight to work with. Oh, another beacon fragment, I missed that. Yeah, we need to double check. Swivel chair, important. Gotta watch my oxygen levels. I wonder if no, the wrecks aren't random, those are fixed in place. There are elements about the game that are somewhat randomly generated and others are static. See if there's anything else to find. Okay, a little bit of copper. Good. We have our battery for the flashlight. You are a static door. Piece of limestone. There's a slab of titanium there, but I don't really... I do need it, but I'll just take this one instead. We go very carefully, because this is Stalker territory. I'll take a couple of these. There should be sandstone around here. Let's take a breath of air before we delve deeper. I would prefer to have a sea glide by the time I go here. Basically, the gameplay loop here is be terrified of the ocean, and then you incrementally claw back bits of comfort as you explore and you build up. And then the game thinks of a novel way to fuck you over and scare you again. But you know, it keeps things fresh. I'm not complaining.
Life on this planet grows in unusually distinct and diverse ecological biomes. Further study recommended.
I would really rather not. It is a fantastic time waster game. I shudder to think how many hours I have between my PlayStation account and my Steam account. We're also going to grab a couple of giant coral samples because we're going to need those to make bleach. Because if Digby decides to repopulate the entire map with Reapers, I will only have one gameplay route left. Already terrified of the ocean, you can't swim? I would recommend learning how to swim, but even though I can swim, the ocean still terrifies me, just because of the minuscule degree of control it offers you. What would I need fiber mesh for? Oh, I don't have enough quartz. We need to find more quartz. I neglected to do that.
Chemical used for cleaning wounds and purifying water.
I forget what I need fiber mesh for. Nothing immediately useful, I suspect. What else do I need? I need silver ore for the wiring kit, and I need a little bit more copper for the copper wire. Right. You come from an island environment?
The day's water ration ahead of time will help ensure against dehydration and eventual death.
I know, I feel like swimming is one of those fundamental skills that you don't want to overlook. There we go. Okay, we're nice and rehydrated. Actually, we can save. Hell yeah. Forgot that there's a save function. Doesn't do much because it's like one save slot still. We're gonna look at that transmission later. We're not doing a heavy lore-focused playthrough. Because the lore is kind of dog water anyway. Okay. Swimming is easier than you might think, but very important to learn before you are forced to. Yes, as a lot of things are. You can apply that descriptor to a great many things. Shooting and fighting also fit that description. Alright, let's let that play.
This is Life Pod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency sea glide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously.
Blueprint
3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Yay, we have light. Alright, that's gonna make life significantly easier. Plop that over here. We don't really need this. Let's leave the fire extinguisher here for now. It's just crowding my inventory. Alright. Anything else I can build? Not yet. We need another battery, and we need 2 silver ore. Silver ore is found exclusively in sandstone. Let me get my bearings. We may need to traverse some spicy territory to get there. Oh, give me that copper. We shouldn't be too interesting for the stalkers. Oh, stalker tooth, stalker tooth, stalker tooth. Hell yeah. Oh, there's another crash over there. That's another wreck. Let's see what we have here. Counter. Sure, I'll take it.
Blueprint acquired.
You're too dense for that? Well, I'll fight you on that one. I have no buoyancy and I still swim, so... Granted, it's not as natural and easy compared to, you know, your baseline human frames. But that is still largely a cop-out, yeah. I guess I found a use for the graph trap. You can collect the poison pods from the sea cows. If you enter water calmly, you can float for a bit. Well, that's the opposite of what you need to do, though. Because in order to stay afloat, you just need to move, basically. As long as you're moving through water, you will not sink. Oh, inventory full, that's great. Probably need to go offload my, I'll just throw this out for now. Keep the titanium, though. If you fall into a puddle of water, you will accept your fate. That is a mindset problem. We're gonna correct that in time. All Oni Dojo members, by simply entering the dojo, destined themselves for greatness. Fate no longer has any say. Alright, there should be sandstone, eventually, somewhere around here. You'll be the dead iguana in the water. Don't iguanas swim? I feel like iguanas should swim. They're great swimmers, see? They look like they have the tail for it, you know? Their overall body structure seems to be very complementary to swimming. We probably don't have the oxygen to just freely traverse that. I forget the scale of the map every time I start playing it fresh, because at some point you just get so used to having transportation like the sea moth and the cyclops. You kind of lose perspective of how gigantic and horrifying this map is. Alright, that's where we find sandstone. We just need to be cognizant of sand sharks and of our oxygen. Oh, actually, brain coral. There we go. It's gonna make things slightly easier. Come on. Alright, if we stay by the brain coral, we should be fine. We don't really need a lot. We need, what, 2 silver? That's lead. It's also lead. So much lead, and I can't make bullets. Alright, let's go grab some oxygen. Grab some quartz too while we're at it. Is that the command that turns cows into reapers? No guns because of the incident. There is... No, cow or reaper is a random spawn. It spawns a random creature from,
Short-range scans suggest this biome supports extensive biodiversity and connects to a number of small cave networks.
So it takes one of the creatures in the index and spawns a random one, basically. I'm gonna need a laser cutter. The implications of the incident. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure it was blown way out of proportion. No. We do not waste the gold. The gold definitely stays. We take the gold over other resource groups. I need to find myself a brain coral to breathe. Yes, the computer mentioned it because of the incident. We don't know what the incident... See, that's good writing. It just leaves you to imagine what the incident was. I smell sesame oil. Oni wife is cooking something. And I am reminded that I did not eat breakfast today. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's anti-gun from a messaging perspective. I'd say that it's a narrative instrument that sort of gives you tension. Because it places you in how should I put this? It deliberately creates challenges for you.
Integrating new PDA data. New blueprint acquired.
It forces you to contend with the fact that, unlike most video games, you can't just, you know, kill the bad thing that is in your way. You will ultimately still have to fight an uphill battle against the environment, as opposed to leveraging your advanced technology to instantly just, you know, catapult yourself to the top of the food chain. I think it makes sense as a narrative tool. You can kill with torpedoes and knives. The torpedoes are very difficult to use. It's a narrative instrument because the devs didn't want to put guns in the game because they trivialize elements of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, being able to kill Leviathan-class creatures is still very much a metagamed creation, you know, a product of the fact that the game... Whenever gamers are given an environment, they will inherently try to break it in half. The standard balancing was still designed around the fact that you really have no effective countermeasures against Leviathan-class threats other than evasion. Guns are not very effective underwater.
Continued degradation of the Aurora's drive core may result in a quantum detonation. Continuing to monitor.
You could design weapons that work underwater. You could have things like harpoon guns, for example. You could have more effective munitions that work underwater. Also, I think lower velocity ammo still works. Soviets made an underwater AK, see? Where there is a will, there is a way. Well, you see, the game does tell us that the fabricator pulls from a very specific sort of list of blueprints that would be useful in our specific survival circumstance. So it's not outside of the bounds of, you know, what the game proposes to be. I love that there's no penalty to eating decomposing food. Alright, what are we making? We're making a wiring kit. I'm also trying to think, basically, like, the limiting physics of, I need to get more acid mushrooms. The limiting physics of bullets of underwater ballistics is basically if a round moves too fast as it enters the water, it's going to shatter itself. So if you use, you know, relatively slow-moving full metal jackets, they will still move underwater and they will still hurt. You take something like an example of like an FMJ-45 ACP, a round that is inherently subsonic.
The Builder, too, is designed to construct habitats capable of withstanding extreme environmental conditions.
General rules for shooting into water. Supersonic projectiles will fragment upon contact with water. Use subsonic munitions. In water, you want specialty ammo designed for the environment. Yeah, basically something that is going to make use of the propellant before it has time to... actually no. The propellant needs to have enough access to free oxygen in order to even work. Otherwise, it'll just, you know, smother the reaction. Alright. We are going to build our first habitat, and we're going to do that... I really don't see a reason for moving too far away from here. We're going to do that. Let me build a beacon, though. Let's build a beacon because I get lost easily. Oh, we need more copper to build a beacon. That's unfortunate. There's a beacon built into the pod, yes, but I want to build a habitat that is, you know, a certain distance away from the pod as our initial base. And in order to not lose that base, I would like to have a means of navigating to it. We'll figure it out. Soviet example used projectile that was kept accurate via hydrostatic forces. Kind of fucked in the air. Well, when you create something that's, you know, specialized to a non-standard medium, yeah, you're gonna have that. All specialization is a trade-off. Although I wonder, it can't be that standard projectiles just don't work in water at all. There is a certain amount of oxygen inside of the casing. So hypothetically, it could burn the propellant faster than water is able to defeat the pressure of the gases of the smokeless gunpowder. Alright, we have our beacon. You can actually place beacons on the map, by the way.
This is Life Pod 6. I have a passenger on board. Coordinates attached. We've landed a kilometer from the crash site, but there's radiation in between us and the rendezvous. Request immediate assistance. 6 out.
Conventional munitions are inaccurate, have a short range underwater, which was the issue. The powder isn't the problem. Most modern powders will function without oxygen or external oxygen. Ah, okay. Just a couple of feet at most. I mean, if I had at least that would have already been very useful. Pick up first aid kit, since it's bleeping at me. I would have been more than happy to contend with only having a couple of feet of an effective projectile, given that every possible threat in the environment is also significantly larger than me. Did have issues though. It was slow to aim due to its bulk, and the magazine was basically a big flat paddle. I'm sure that's something that could have been solved for with modern materials. Because most Soviet tech tends to be overbuilt for durability and to function with bad tolerances. Because Soviets are incapable of precision manufacturing. At least not at scale.
New blueprint acquired.
Human-sized guns probably won't do much to a Leviathan, then again, the 3-inch knife works, yeah.
New blueprint acquired.
I mean, it's also a question of deterrence to an extent, because, you know, nothing says get the fuck away from me like rapid blood loss. If we, at the very least, had some kind of, you know, direct energy weapon. Alright, we need to be very careful, because I think we're touching Leviathan territory. I need to keep abreast of where I am. Alright. Pretty far out. We probably don't want to get actually too far away from the life pod. We want to set it down as like a middle point between the sand crag and the ship. Not the ship, and the pod. Let's get some free air. Ah, inventory full. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Once we start building, we should be able to offload some of the resources. You know what? This looks like a good spot, for at least for the initial habitat. I'm generally pleased with this. All right. It's a little exposed, but since it's not a temporary solution by any means. Tube. Shared the underwater Soviet gun in the Discord general if you want to take a look. I will take a look, thank you. Alright. Need a hatch. We also need a power source, and we don't have copper ore, but copper ore should be fairly easy to source. I think I've seen the Soviet underwater gun at some point. Like, it's... You consume enough gun media, you're gonna be exposed to it eventually. Okay, I see nothing. We need to bully Nevin into playing this. The bullets are wild looking. Okay, now I want to look. Discord, general. Oh, that, well, I mean, it does make sense. Actually does make a lot of sense. You know what? From an engineering perspective, actually kind of impressive. Yeah, once you get sort of you need to add some modern engineering to it. You can make it work. Not being an AK would be a big benefit. Basically, we just need the Germans to develop one. Give me an underwater HK-416. Yeah, I assumed that was the design intention there. Alright, let's not waffle too much around because we are in an enclosed tube. Get some more quartz because we're gonna need that for okay. For the solar panels. Hopefully I did not lose my bearings too badly. Because I forgot to place my beacon. The German one would work only in swimming pools and seas up the second it's an open sea? Nah. Make fun of the Krauts all you want, they make perfectly fine guns.
New blueprint acquired.
Well, that is unfortunate. I lost track of where I built our little intermediary base. That's a shame. I'm gonna have to spend a little bit of time looking for it. That was a silly thing to do. And that is why I wanted to have a beacon, and I had a beacon on me, and then I failed to deploy it. Surely, oh, there it is. Okay, very good. Let me plop a beacon down before I get lost again. Germans make a lot of good guns, very consistently too. There is a reason why people are willing to pay, you know, HK prices for most things. I'm just gonna set it loose over here. We're not gonna build too tall. I like to keep my things easily navigable. There you go. Right, now we have to place these so that the base is powered.
Power Power restored. All primary systems online.
You became an HK believer because of a friend? See, I became an HK believer because of a girl's front line. Oh, we're short on copper. Okay, let's deconstruct. Listen, all I'm saying is that Klukai is best girl, that's it.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Let's see. What do we need? We need table coral. I just want to make a fabricator that we can have on hand as quickly as possible.
Congratulations, survivor. You have exceeded your weekly exercise quotient by 500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development.
This is legitimately the level of advice I get from my Whoop tracker. It's not great. Right, we can build a Sea Glide finally. We need lubricant and a battery. Battery... Do we have copper? We should have some copper. We don't have copper. We need acid mushrooms and copper. We also need some storage. Wall locker. We don't even have enough for a wall locker, really. Complete poverty hours. We're also going to resurrect another time-honored tradition. We're gonna start naming wall lockers with viewer names. Question is, do we want to do that here or do we want to wait for the Cyclops? Because this base is going to get abandoned. Let's wait for a more permanent base to do that. Alright. Yay, we can finally just have the essentials with us and not be constantly over encumbered. Alright, we need to go and procure some food. The best girl is VSK 94. You drive a hard bargain. She is nice, I'll give you that. Definitely a very strong contender. Flukai is more meta, if I recall correctly. Right, Sea Glide. Now let's go look for... Oh, it's dark. Okay, that's fine. It is dark, but we now have a flashlight. Pick these up. We will need more titanium. Now we just need to find a little bit of copper. With a Sea Glide, you can go anywhere. River prowlers don't occur in this habitat. Also, it's not playing for some reason. Let me investigate that, because it should be playing. Do I not have Blurp as a source? Could be Reapers here. You shut the fuck up. Let's see. Maybe I'm not logged into Blurp. Where is my dashboard? Well, I seem to be logged in. Let me see my alerts. God, this UI is so trash. Who made this? My library. How the fuck do I even navigate this shit? Editor access, payouts dashboard. Why would I need payouts? What is this shit? Other redeemables. Let me try to run that one manually. It's probably under the map because it's the shallows. Which one did you run? Let's see. River Prowler. Oh, it's on cooldown. Damn it. I don't like it when it doesn't work. Start streaming with Blurp. I don't want to start streaming with Blurp. I just want my alerts. How the fuck do I even access that? Editor access. Streamer onboarding, full screen overlays, new support, blah 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 blah. Maybe later. Trying to find where my dashboard is. This website is a fucking nightmare to navigate. Buy beats, my library, editor access. Well, it shows me as live, so it has access to something. My favorites, I guess? No? Private list. Your user page. What is this dog shit? Do I have to redo my fucking sound alerts from this thing?
I'm from the...
This one still works, but what about the ones I've added? Available on stream. Did the fucking thing break? Oh, God, this is... my stream. I've already added my browser source. It does not have any of my shit added. That's great. That is fantastic. All right, let me do the following. We don't have fake out scares for some reason now. I did not catch them changing that. Let me disable the ones that don't work, and I'm gonna refund you the points. Right, I guess we don't get any fake outs. Actually, let me test the other one. Where's my OBS? That one works. I am very confused. Let's try that one. That one doesn't work. Okay, that's for me to explore, I guess. Does the Leviathan one work? I guess not. Okay, I guess they just broke a part of their own redeems. That's great. That's great. I love everything about that. Thank you, Blurp. Thank you for making a consistent streamer tool that doesn't fucking operate. That Reaper you summoned is still out there? Very true. Although hopefully you, yeah, as Piper is saying, it probably ended up under the map. But I did see it in the execution queue, so you're not wrong. It is out there somewhere. That is an unfortunate fact of life. I also need creep vine. Right, let's quickly process this. Deployables. Battery. Copper wire. And lubricant is the last thing we need, okay.
Local radiation readings suggest the Aurora's drive core has reached critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours.
Oh. We may want to stick around for the light show there. Let's offload. No, we're gonna keep this one on hand just in case. Alright, let's go back to base, collect our threatening message. Get the big ship if you get caught in the blast. Get in the big ship? Oh, if you get caught in the blast radius, it'll give you superpowers? I'm not sure about that, Digby. My guess is that... No, you know what? Even if I attempt to get close to it, the radiation will cook me before it goes off. If I remember my subnautica lore correctly. I quickly swipe a couple of these. Golshi could do it? I'm sure Golshi could do it. Which reminds me, we need to change out a Golshi.
Quinn, trading ship Sunbeam. Aurora, do you read? Over? Nothing but vacuum. These Altera ships. They run low on engine grease, send an SOS, you offer to help, they don't pick up. Aurora, I'm out on the far side of the system. It's gonna take more than a week to reach your position. Do you still need our assistance? Over. I'll try them again tomorrow. Damn charter's gonna have us blowing our credits running errands for Altera. See what the long-range scans pick up in the meantime.
Don't move her? I'm not moving her, I just changed her out.
Consider disguising the flavor of unsavory meat with salt or locally sourced herbs and spices.
Herbs and
It's common for those
spices.
accustomed to synthetic foods to be repulsed by eating an animal carcass. Remember that humans survived this way for millennia. You can too.
Oh, that explains the physiognomy of our main character.
And power plants.
I left all of my titanium back at base. 5,000 IQ move, really. Surely there's some metal salvage around. I want to stay by the pod because it's the best viewing spot for the Aurora's explosion. So we're gonna stay... Why is this closed? I remember going inside. Yeah, I already scanned all of this. I'll double check that there's nothing left. And yeah, there's nothing left. I see an uncontested piece of metal salvage. Let's grab that. I wonder if the Leviathan you spawned just landed farther inland, where typically Leviathans are found anyway. Alright, Sea Glide, hell yeah.
The Sea Glide
We are
will
so
increase
back.
your effective exploration range. For your safety, please pack supplies for long journeys and stay within 5 kilometers of the nearest life pod or habitat.
Take some water with us as well. You know, freeze free. Might want to... How do I make a fire extinguisher? Ah, not too difficult, it's just titanium. Okay, then we don't need to bring that one with us. I would like the capability of breaking stuff down. Come on, do a thing. Let's wait for it to go off. We can plan out what we're trying to do. Alright, we have blueprints, we have batteries. Our next point of order is finding another piece of a mobile vehicle bay. I'm not sure where that could spawn. We need another piece of a scanner room, but that's going to come up eventually. We're not technologically advanced to make use of a scanner room anyway. We would benefit from having a radio in the secondary base, but not critically. Yeah, mobile vehicle bay is probably our primary priority. There are Seamoth fragments to be found around the Aurora, but we're not gonna get. We need the rad suit before we can get close to it. Rebreather would be good, actually. Wiring kit, so 2 silver and a fiber mesh. I got another message.
This is Ozzy from the cafeteria. What the hell, guys? They didn't warn us this might happen. Our pod was almost crushed by this Seamoth Bay on the way down. Now we're hanging on the edge of a cave system, and this grim-looking snake thing's trying to eat through the hull. Come get us already.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Damn, that's rough. We also need to find a multi-purpose room, and I don't quite remember which direction we should go to get it. I think it's somewhere that way. Like, I think the island is somewhere over there. Yeah, we are the only ones who made it. A part of the reason for that is just, you know, budget constraints between, you know... This was, at some point, this was an indie game, meaning that it was a little bit restricted in what it was realistically capable of achieving with, you know, in terms of animating other characters. Like, voice acting is the most that they could fund in terms of the presence of other humans in the environment. Well, it's not exploding. I'm bored. Let's go look for silver, I guess. Oh, this is much better. Oh, this is so much better. Used to have a topographical map of like where you're going. I guess they simplified it for the console release. Damn console peasants messing with my fun again. Yeah, we could watch the explosion from here. There are a couple of vantage points. Oh, that's 300 meters that way. No, I don't want to go there. Alright, then we pivot off into looking for silver. Anything to scan in the boxes, I wonder? No? Okay. You're the console peasant? Well, I'm sorry. We're losing quality of life stuff because of that. Don't worry, it's okay. I used to be a console player for the longest time.
Local scans show a nearby cave entrance, depth 90 meters, leading to an unknown environmental biome.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather not go, you know, underwater spelunking just yet. Why is there not any sandstone? It should spawn here. There it is. It's gold, I need silver. Has 4...
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I think it has 4 settings: light on, map light. Well, it's not letting me cycle through the settings. Oh, toggle map, there it is. Never mind. Does it use more power when the map is on, or just when the lights are on? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the prompts. I think something stung me. I don't appreciate that. So 1 silver, lead. Up. Silver. Lead. I think we have enough. I think we have enough. Let's not be greedy. Alright, we can go full tilt towards the life pod. I just really want a full-scale submersible. The Sea Glide is nice and all, but... Sea Glide... Seamoth is life. My favorite thing ever is building out the interior of a Cyclops. I really like that they made it into a structure that you can actually build out, as opposed to just have it be static.
Emergency. A quantum detonation
we're right
has
on
occurred
time.
in the Aurora's drive core. The reactor will reach a supercritical state in T-minus 10.
Alright, let's get ourselves a free tan.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
sure insurance will pay for it. For your convenience, the rad suit is now available.
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just picked up a massive debris field at your location.
Yeah, no shit.
I didn't know how many of you... I didn't know. We're now en route to your location. We're gonna bring you home. Sunbeam out. What else can I say? The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. And I blew it. It's a bad option, alright, but so are all the others.
Alright, let's go gather some fiber mesh. Where's my knife? That is a knife. Wait, what is so fat? Please accommodate streamer brain. Inventory full. Wee, the Cyclops? What do you mean? Is the Cyclops fat? How is the Cyclops fat? I do not understand. Rebreather, hell yeah. Yeah, alright, we put it on. 2 fiber mesh and 2 lead. We should have that much in the oh, we had some incidental creep line. Okay. Let's just turn that into whatever lubricant because it takes up less space. Alright, let's go get some more creep line. I'm sure the locals won't mind sharing. Hard to move sometimes? I've navigated it through some... I've been able to navigate it through some bad environments. You stay away from me. I've managed to navigate it through the blood kelp caves. It was a tight squeeze, and I definitely should not have attempted that. But this game is fairly dedicated to things you're not supposed to do. We're gonna be building bases in some odd places. Alright. Radiation suit, fantastic. I don't believe our current suit offers any benefit above the radiation suit. It's fun to pilot, but the Seamoth is easier to drive for general exploration. True, true. I prefer, like, whenever I get access to the prawn suit, I will generally stick to the prawn suit at that point. Like, I usually won't go off. Alright, we have the radiation suit. I would prefer... Oh, we still needed to get near the Aurora, I guess. I would prefer to get the Seamoth before I go to the Aurora, and I also still need my laser cutter, I think. Do we need the laser cutter for the Aurora? I forgot. Alright, but first things first, we need to find another piece of the mobile vehicle bay and another piece of the Aurora, of the Seamoth. Technically, but you can't do everything. I would rather not take 2 trips to the Aurora. So, let's get the laser cutter before we go there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Right, offload. Oh, this is already full. Offload. Rotten cooked Gary fish. Oh, we just throw this out. Okay, we actually need some batteries now that now that I'm looking at the state of our equipment, because we're gonna run out of power very fast. Let's build another comm station. I'm kind of tired of going back and forth. Place you over here. We can deconstruct a lot of these things before we leave. We need a scanner room. That would speed up our search for resources significantly. I guess we can go and explore the Aurora itself. Or we can go check that place out. Let's hit the life pod first, and then we go to the Aurora. You know what I would like? I would like a way to fabricate the nutrient blocks. Because they are the most convenient source of nutrition in terms of the space they take up. I'm sure there's a mod for that. I should look into that. Mobile vehicle bay, hell yeah. Alright, now we just need Seamoth designs.
Acquired.
Seamoth fragments, where do I find those? Oh, you're not having a jolly good time. Compass, okay.
New blueprint. Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data.
Alright, I guess there's nothing else to do. It's a broken sea glide. Right, not much else to do, I guess. Snoop around some debris fields. If we find anything interesting, we'll sniff it. There was a guy with a snake chewing on the hull. Yeah, but he's too deep. I don't want to go there. That sounds like a skill issue on his part. Ah, I see a Seamoth piece. There we go. We need 3, right? Yes, we do need 3.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. As long as we don't get nibbled on by the sharks. Whoa, they're mighty aggressive. Right, if there are 2 pieces, there's a 3rd piece somewhere around here. Am I playing this with the Logitech controller? Unfortunately not. I don't have the extremely high tech of a Logitech controller. The tour is not billionaire ready. Going to hop off, head starting to hurt a lot. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you suffer migraines, or is just the thing that happens? 30 seconds of oxygen. Let's swim up.
New blueprint acquired.
Bioreactor, not immediately useful. We're gonna need that for a bigger base once we get closer to the Aurora. Just a thing that happens. I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you for checking in regardless. Can I... Whee! I can use this to hide from the sand sharks. Get the fuck away from me. That is a scanner room fragment. I can see it. No, that's the buyer. There it is. Get away from me, you little bitch. Alright, scanner room. Alright, all I need is a single piece of a sea moth. Come on. There has to be one somewhere. Coral shell plate. Bar table, yeah, sure. Was it your first time here? It didn't mark you as a first-time chatter, but thank you for checking in regardless. Remember to follow the channel. That's how you know when we go live, because we're gonna be playing this for quite a while.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
What's in here? I don't think I'm supposed to have that yet.
Integrating new PDA data.
Flares, okay, you know, free is free. Someone got nibbled on in here. What is this? Ultra glide fins, okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Let's grab some oxygen. I want to get a piece of the sea moth before I go back to the base. Because with a sea moth, you can actually go anywhere. Including the island that has a lot of the things that we want. That's scanner room. Yeah, that's a scanner room fragment. Let's get the free titanium regardless. Titanium, metal salvage. Bioreactor fragment. I feel like we're treading old ground at this point. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any more sea moth pieces. Not that I can see, at least. I think there's another major wreck somewhere around here. Let's make sure that we breach in a safe place and not, you know, in the middle of a Leviathan land. Alright, this is the safe part. Okay. You typically have stuff. There we go. Silver, okay. They're basically a resource gotcha. Ah, welcome back, brave ad warriors. What were you advertised? But Gecko, I didn't get a prompt for you being a first-time chatter, but regardless, welcome to the Oni Dojo. No, you get away from me. You get away from me. I will cut you. But happy to have you back anytime. Propulsion cannon is actually another thing I need before I go into the Aurora. First aid kit, topical.
30 seconds.
Alright, memory is not what it used to be, big same. Once we find a sea moth fragment, we only need one. We're gonna go and get ourselves a multi-purpose room. What are you nibbling on? Oh, that's metal salvage. We're gonna go and get ourselves a room. Propulsion cannon, good. Power transmitter doesn't do much for me. I never use these.
New blueprint acquired.
It's interesting that the sand sharks are seemingly unaffected by the deadly radiation. I really don't like it here. And my Sea Glide is almost out of battery. We may need to go back to base. Swap the battery in another tool. Good thinking. Good thinking. Alright, let me put this nearly dead one here.
30 seconds.
Up. Alright, let's do a sweep of the ground. That looks like a piece of something that I want. Hell yeah, we have our sea moth.
Efficiency decreased.
Alright, now we're cooking with propane.
New blueprint acquired.
Plasteel ingot. Please don't tell me I need plasteel in order to make the sea moth. I don't have a source of lithium yet. Scanner room fragments, metal salvage, just the random shit, okay. Do we have copper? We do have copper, okay, so on our way we can make another battery. The sea moth will forever be a propane accessory to you now? Hell yeah. Wait until we get the Cyclops. Okay, let's take inventory of what we're working with.
Aboard, Captain.
Give you a slightly better conditioned battery. Alright, so blueprint, plasteel ingot. The Cyclops is just a Winnebago. Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. Okay, let's see. Compass. I don't terribly need a compass. Wiring kit. We do need that, and I think we can build one right now. We can't, because we only have one piece of silver. It's easy to solve. A sea moth. Titanium ingots, 2 power cells, glass, lead, and lubricant. We have materials for most of that. Lubricant, power cell. We can use spent power cells to build those, that's not an issue. We need more glass. We don't have more quartz. You can, yeah, I remember I can use spent batteries for cells, that I remember. I don't have that many empty batteries though. I could just grab one out of the flashlight once I burn through it. We need to go hunt for some quartz still. And we need some creep wine. Because I believe I've burned through my stock of rubber. One of the first bases I built back in the day was inside of the creepvine forest. One by the tail end of the Aurora. It was one of the early builds of the game where they were promising that there's going to be creature hostility towards your base as it continues to grow and be more invasive. So, like, it promised a threat of leviathans attacking your base. Oh, you look yucky. That would be annoying, but cool. I mean, it depends on where you build, right? Like, if you build in the shallows, there are no leviathans there. So just, you know, pick your battles, be intelligent with how you build. Also, I tend to build my stuff in, like, little protected crags. Actually, I need to go here. Up. Bitch, bitch, bitch. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Oh, wait. Haha, sucker. Alright. I don't think I need cave silver for anything, but, you know, just the pure joy of fucking that thing over is enough. Use this. Eat this. Eventually.
Oxygen.
Oh. I'd say we're moving pretty okay. Alright. Glass. Rubber. Oh, we also need to build the mobile vehicle bay. I'm forgetting about that. Let's get some water first. Yeah, that's why I don't like turning off the survival mechanics. Keeps you grounded. I guess we get a free boomerang. Thank you for the hydrate. You know what? I think we will actually have named lockers for today. Ah, it doesn't have enough. All right, let's drop the article then. All right, you get your locker. Gecko 7 for you gets his locker. Notary and Digby will get their lockers once we build those. Okay, propulsion cannon wiring kit. I don't have enough for a wiring kit. Let me go grab another acid mushroom for the battery, though. Excuse me. Acid mushroom. The most annoying thing to look for were acid shrooms, as I could not for the life of me figure out where they are. Very good. Do we have everything for the Seamoth? Lubricant. Lubricant is readily available here. Or not. Lubricant. There we go. What else do we need? Well, for one, we need to build a... Oh, mobile vehicle bay. Another titanium ingot and another power cell. So we need... Okay. We have more titanium. That's not an issue. We're not at want for titanium. Just process these into rubber because we're going to need it anyway. Always remember to have a rubber with you. Alright, produce another titanium ingot. Just to punctuate today's stream, we're gonna at least get to a point where we can build a mobile vehicle bay and a Seamoth. Okay, so one more power cell. So we need one more piece of copper, which we probably have somewhere. No, we do not. We need to go and look for another piece of copper. God damn it. Now, break out the searchlight. Titanium. While useful, not what I'm looking for. Quartz, eventually useful. Copper, got him. Okay, good. Grab these while I'm here. Whoa! Let's not engage with that. That's very toxic energy. I don't like that. Really uncool vibes. Alright, we also need to grab a piece of coral tube. There we go. Should I make another entrance for the base, or just keep it that way? Probably keep it that way. Just to be frugal. Alright, bleach. Battery. Another battery. We'll pick up the rubber. There we go, rubber. Disinfected water. We should really stock up on that a little bit more. Alright. We need 2 pieces of lubricant, 2 lubricant, 2 ingots, power cell, glass. I think we have everything we need. Alright. It is just daybreak. Fantastic. Gonna get a ton of water from the Aurora. I think they mixed up the spawn a little bit. You'd also need a ton of water from while you're traversing the Aurora, to be fair. Alright, we need to place our mobile vehicle bay intelligently. Because if you don't place your mobile... Oh, for one, I need to build the mobile vehicle bay. Because if you don't place it well, you risk beaching your Cyclops when you build it, and I really don't like doing that. I would really prefer not to. I can, yeah, but I like to keep it, like, mostly static. We're gonna move it to the crags later. Right. Alright, there we go. Mobile vehicle bay. I think about here is fine. Here are my little guys. Alright, let's start building.
The Seamoth is a fast, safe mode of transport, but remember that swimming is good for your glutes and endorphin levels.
Glutes are the least activated during swimming. That is dog shit. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. We don't have any countermeasures on this thing yet. But this is already Kino. But we're not going to the Aurora just yet. We are not going to the Aurora just yet. First, we go to one of the islands to get ourselves a multi-purpose room. That is going to be our first item of business. Let's see. Spare power cell, good thinking, because we do not have a charging station to rely on just yet. It is good to have one spare available. We would also need batteries at some point if we're going to the Aurora, because I would hate to run out of repair tool juice. Gold. Do we not have any more copper? We might not have any more copper. We have copper wire and nothing the fuck to do with it. Yep, signal.
Pre-recorded distress call. This is Officer Keenan, Life Pod 19.
Oh, that's too bad.
The captain is gone.
Oh.
I have assumed command. The last thing the captain did was give me coordinates for dry land. We regroup 1.5 kilometers southwest of the crash site. Stay together and good luck. This message will now repeat.
Rendezvous coordinates corrupted. Transmission origin coordinates downloaded. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Let's go and look for copper first. Then we do everything else. Grab some titanium because we're gonna start running low. Not seeing a lot of limestone. Copper. Need one more piece. I think it is definitely a testament just to the quality of what Subnautica is, that it is still being played to death to this day. It has, I wouldn't say infinite replayability, definitely very strong replayability. Because the game is what, like 15 years old? Definitely a solid 10.
Seconds.
Up, let's not suffocate.
Detecting sulfur deposits in the local cave systems. Sulfur is an essential component of the repair tool.
Well, we already have that, so... Acid shrooms. 1, 2, 1, 2. You know what I really don't like? I don't like the speedrunner strat of strategically dying after hitting a story checkpoint. Remember when they tried player terrain alteration? Like they, oh yeah, I remember the terraformer. I still played back when the terraformer was a thing. It's a shame that we never got to keep the terraformer. I think it was too much of a resource hog to just even to have it available. All right, spare power cell ready. Let's offload all of this. No, let's not offload it just yet because we need to build some more lockers. Where's my builder tool? Let's put one over here. All right, let's go. All right, sort of a demon. Your entire username does not fit. So we're just gonna leave it at that. Okay, Notary also gets his. And Dom was here today, so Dom also gets his wall locker named. These are not going to be permanent. Oh, Sukadri is also here. That's true, Sukadri. You get a wall locker. These are temporary, so when we move to a more permanent base, everyone still gets their. What is that noise? There. Did I give a locker to Digby yet? Not yet. Digby cat, there we go. Alright, that's all the lockers I need for right now. We'll draw from the hat of people who are here later. Fill yours with explosives. Once we have those, we will do that. Think. Okay, that's quite enough of wall lockers. Sea glide. If we're taking the sea moth, we don't need the sea glide. I'm trying to optimize and min-max some of my repair tool is necessary. Med kit's probably a good idea to have. Right, but we're gonna call it a day because I'm almost gone overtime for today's stream. We're gonna find ourselves a target to raid, so stick around a while we do so. I'm gonna be doing more Subnautica. Especially while, you know, I have the captive audience of Digby wanting to grief me. So you need to stack up some of those points if you don't want to pay for bits. Let's see who is live. It would be appropriate to probably raid someone who's doing Subnautica, but I don't think a lot of people are playing Subnautica right now. So we are going to looking. Let's raid Kirsha. I think that's appropriate if she's already started.
And the people that aren't gullible.
I am very gullible, especially to fox women. Alright, Kirsha. There we go. We're gonna start a raid. Go say hi to the Foxu. Remember to glow very softly. You can glow a little bit in the Foxu chat. She's nice like that. You should have spam the Reaper. Well, do you have enough points to spam the Reaper? You blew your load a little too soon. Yeah. Well, listen, understandable rookie mistake. There's always next time. I'm actually going to probably have another stream before my usual streaming window. So look forward to announcements. Pay attention to the Discord notifications. My reaction was funny, though. I mean, that is why I allow you to do that, and that's why I had that as a point redeem. Okay. So, follow me on the socials, join the Discord, buy my patch, Kuromaru Onii-san out.
What did you do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What do you